we did have four cooperative school district bills yesterday, of which three were interim studied, and one we held back. This is the bill which we held back, which you see the amendment on. We've noticed that there's some, at least maybe perhaps several concerns with it still, and it's one we wanted to use as to move forward. So let's open that up to discussion right now. Questions on the amending language. Remember, this was one where it's attempting to give, in a cooperative school district, if you have three districts that are part of a cooperative district, A, B, and C. A is a large district, maybe it has 3 people on that board. And B and C are both small ones, maybe 1 and 1. And what this is attempting to do is try to get those people that are representing that specific district within the cooperative district the right to vote for their own representation, rather than it being a vote of the entire 3, A, B, and C. So if you were running for that one position in C, you would be elected to the board based upon your own voters in your own community. That's in your own district. That's the concept of that is what this is trying to attempt right here. So let's look at it and see if it's doing what we intended to do. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did this amendment remove the number of school board people that were elected from each community? I remember the original bill had 1 per community.
And I think we are very much concerned about that's not going to gel well with a lot of the agreements. It should be the way it's established. If you have 3 reps in A, you have 1, 2, 3 that you're voting for. So it doesn't remove. It's not 1, 1, and 1.
So, for instance, if you're in Exeter, you're going to have more school board members than if you're in Brentwood.
It would be based upon the agreement that Exeter has in that cooperative school district.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
No change.
No change. Yes, Representative Tanner.
So, I don't know if it's just early morning, but I've gone through the amendment and have it side by side with the original bill. And I was wondering if you could point out what the difference is, because I can only find one small difference, and that's in line 16, where you've crossed out "at least." Other than that, it seems to match up perfectly, and I was just wondering what's the intent of the amendment?
Okay, can anybody respond to that? Melissa, it was your bill.
No, but you're right. I wish we talked yesterday. So you're right.
I'm not sure who is right about what.
So okay, this is what I'm thinking, but someone that's maybe thinking more clearly this morning, correct me if I'm wrong. So when I originally brought this bill forward, it was exactly, so whatever district you were in, you would vote for the candidate from your district. You're right. And then when I did the testimony during the hearing, it evolved into let's have equal representation from each community. And I have to be honest with you, I think maybe I was thinking all along that was part of the original bill. So when I did the amendment, I had them remove the word "at least." But I think you're right. I'm wondering if we don't need the amendment.
Wait a minute. No. Go ahead, Dave.
So thanks, Rick. So I think the bill is introduced The bill is introduced, crossed out the words "at least" at line 16, which means that if you had a district composed of Warner, Sutton, and New London, that each one of those would have one representative to the board. And with the words "at least" in there, you could have proportional representation on the board. So I think the amendment is an improvement, at least in terms of proportionality, but it would be up to the co-op agreement to define what that proportionality is. And that's something that gets done at the establishment of a co-op, or it maintained during a co-op's existence.
So, in the amendment that we have here, 0781H, the change I see we have to do is take out that "or" on line 19. Okay, then well, "at least" is in there.
That's what I'm saying, the amendment
Yeah.
leaves "at least" in there,
Yeah.
which is an improvement over.
Yeah, that's exactly right, yes.
All right, so may I ask you this, though? The original bill had an effective date of 60 days after passage, and then the amendment doesn't mention an effective date.
No, because the amendment's only replacing section 1.
That's right.
So that's
Yes.
okay. I just want to make sure.
But I would suggest that you make the effective date, when do elections happen in the spring, so, right, so make it,
So-
In some communities, in Nashua, I know it's November.
but you could still have it at the start of a school year, I suppose.
Well, you'd have it, yeah, Ty, I couldn't hear.
No, it wouldn't, yeah. No, it won't affect cities, yeah,
Right, yeah, true. Right.
yeah, but I would say should take effect, I mean, pick a date that's like July 1st, 2023, or something like that.
Yeah, July 1,
That would
Can't
be
be
past.
2022, because we're past.
no, it won't be FY '22, it would have to be FY '23,
Right,
and most likely on July 1,
2023,
that's right.
yeah.
But that would be past the July elections, excuse me, past the 2023 elections. So I don't see any problem leaving it 60 days because it'll be with the
Well,
next
then
election, whenever
why
it
not
is.
January 1, 23?
I would suggest when the elections are in March, January 1 is too close.
Yeah.
You need months to prepare for that and recruit candidates and for them to understand the change. I would say give them 6 months. The latest, I would say, is September 1st, to give districts enough time to really understand this and that the cooperative board may have to change membership based on residency.
I don't see any problem leaving it 60 days because it's, affecting the next election, whenever that is. So, it's going to be after 60 days, it's going to be the next March, but, they would know that this is coming.
I'm fine with 60 days, but people didn't seem to be, so I was trying to go further. But I think 60 days, I agree with you, Representative Cordelli. I think 60 days is fine.
So, yep, does this only apply to election, or does it apply to the composition of the board?
Right.
This doesn't impact the composition of the board at all. It just says who's going to elect them.
Right, it doesn't affect the composition of the board, right? That's the original bill affected the composition of the board.
And that's why we wanted all the studies going on with disillusionment, with this whole process. It's very convoluted and has a lot of different agreements from town to town. This has been an issue we've had for every year I've been here in this house. And I don't know if we'll ever get resolve on it. So local. Well, I think it gets to what was said in our hearing, one man, one vote. Right now, the larger district can determine what the makeup is if they can capture a few votes in the other town. Now, where it would hurt if you had the 3 and the 1 and the 1, 2, and 3 is all on the same page, but there may be some people in the minority in A which could swing over and be with the smaller towns, and you may get a different outcome as board makeup. Yeah.
In my local co-op, I'm in Tuftonboro, but I would elect the school board representative to the co-op from Ossipee. I have no idea who that guy is or who that lady is, but I would know who the Tuftonboro candidates would be. So I think that this amendment is right in line with the way the elections should be held.
So,
No,
So
it's not
basic-
ready.
No, it's
so,
not ready.
Take out the word or.
so basically, what you want is you want to take out the at-large election possibility. You want, I'm trying to figure out
No,
what the whole thing is, so.
Like in the co-op that is local to my district, each town within has a representative.
Right.
But I vote for the Ossipee representative and the Brookfield
Right,
representative.
that's at-large.
No, they're not at large. There's an Ossipee representative, there's a
So they each
Brookfield
have their own
representative.
districts,
But when
but
you-
everybody
But when
votes.
you vote, it's.
But I vote for those representatives also. In addition, there are 3 at-large
Oh, okay.
representatives that are specified as at-large representatives. So, it would be fine to have everyone vote for the at-large representative, but the Brookfield representative, I think, should be elected by Brookfield.
Right, and that, in Kearsarge, that's what they do, but it's proportional because Warner and New London are bigger towns.
Right.
So they get two representatives.
Right,
And then each of the other 5 towns have 1 representative, but you only vote for the representative in your town.
Right, well,
That's what
in,
this will do.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it does.
yes,
Okay.
that's what this would do for everybody.
So are we good to go with this by just taking that or out and we get them to make the change? If we don't make the change, then we're going to have a problem on the floor. And you're going to have a floor amendment, or then you're going to have to hold off and get it fixed in the Senate, and that doesn't always bode well either.
No, fixing it,
So-
doing it technically.
Doing it now is what we need to do.
Just one more poke at the effective date. Do we know if any co-op districts, have their elections coming up within the 60-day? Well, the bill's
No.
not gonna get signed, even if this were to make it all the way.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get signed until May or June.
Yeah, so, no, my co-op wouldn't. My co-op is a co-op of 1,
Yeah.
and which is very unusual. The others have pulled out.
I
And so,
think 60.
so I think we're good with the 60 days.
So,
Okay.
so Steve, your read on this,
Do they
okay?
suggest a new amendment
Yeah,
removing
the
that?
technical
Or can
change is it.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
that can be
so we'll
done
call
during
this
the
over and
normal
get that
process.
made. So I guess we can go on with regular business right
They
now.
have to make the change
Mr.
with a new
Chairman,
amendment.
Yeah.
for something as minor as the or, I would suggest we could vote on it right now if you want, and then
I
get the
had
change
this
made.
discussion with another minor change we detected the other day, and when it wasn't with Anthony, it wasn't with Jeff, one of the others over there, and they did some discussion with their boss, and the only way it can get changed now is the ways I just mentioned it. Floor amendment, and I don't think we should send something out, especially if we have days in which we can get this done.
I agree.
When are you headed for the Middle East? Next week.
Friday's my last day here.
Oh.
We'll miss you.
Okay, so we will get this repaired now. Okay.
Rick, is it okay if I just say to everybody here, just like from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, because you've all been so supportive and I hate to say nurturing, right? Because we're not kids, but no, but you really have. You've been very supportive and walked me through this, and it's been great. And I just wanted to say, really, I really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Well, thank you for. Okay, so now we have our business for today. And we'll turn to it. The first bill which we have in the docket today is 1372. 70, oh yeah, excuse me, I'm on the wrong page. 73. Relative to the best interest of the student for a change of school or assignment. And Representative Cordelli, I look to you for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1373.
And Representative Hobson, you have a motion or a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor ought to pass on 1373 relative to the best interest of the student for a change of school or assignment. Representative Cordelli, being the maker of the motion, do you have any discussion?
Yes, thank you. I apologize for not being able to be here for the public hearing on this. So if I might explain a little bit of the background on this bill. This bill is the result of several calls from a parent in Southampton to various legislators and the Commissioner of Education. And the Commissioner contacted me about this legislation. This parent is in Southampton. Their high school students, under a tuitioning agreement, go to a high school in Amesbury, Massachusetts. It's a 5-year agreement. This parent does not think much of the Amesbury High School. He would like his children to be educated in New Hampshire. He said he pays New Hampshire taxes. The school is better. He would like his child to be educated in New Hampshire, and was just looking for the ability somehow to go to the school board and ask to, out of this tuitioning agreement to Amesbury, Massachusetts. So in discussions with the commissioner, we thought that maybe using the best interest of the student would be a way to do it. So that's what I attempted in this legislation. And you can see on line 4, all we added was the consideration of parental concerns in talking to the superintendent and school board about the best interest of the child. And then in line 13, adding to the criteria to be considered, we added the transfer to a public school or public academy in New Hampshire to help out this family and possibly other families in the district. I'll also mention that there was a companion bill from this individual's state senator, but that bill in the Senate got referred for interim study. So this bill is now the only vehicle that we have to help this family take their case to the school board and ask for transfer to a New Hampshire high school.
Further discussion from the second?
I echo everything that Glenn said, and actually, I have been familiar with this case for a few years now, so they have not found resolution, and I would support this measure.
Okay, I do have a question, and Representative Luno. This legislation comes underneath manifest education hardship, is that correct?
Correct.
Then what is the criteria for a superintendent to make a decision to transfer? What is a manifest education hardship, or what is in the best interest of the student? Is it, I just want to go to another school? That is partially part of the problem on the original case we had up in Lisbon years ago in the court case, which brought about the best interest of the student. The parent did not like what was happening in the smaller, in Lisbon, and want to go elsewhere. I think it was in Easton. And so is this, I don't like what's going on in Amesbury, enough of a criteria to say we will move to another district?
The parent just wants the ability to go to the school board and ask basically for out of this tuitioning agreement so that his child can go to a New Hampshire high school. And that was the reason for the two changes that you see in bold.
Yes, Representative Hall.
So he can't ask? Like you're saying, he can go to the school board and ask for the transfer? He can't do that right now?
I don't think that in statute there's any provision for the superintendent and the school board to let him out of that tuitioning agreement that is in place for another 5 years.
So he could ask, but he would be told no.
I think that he has tried and was told that their hands are tied, basically, by the tuitioning agreement, short of any other legislation.
So Rick? This has been going on for a few years now. What I'm hearing is this has been going on for a while, and sort of following the steps laid out in 193:3. The parents, the family has asked the superintendent for a best interest determination. Okay, and then the superintendent, the findings of the superintendent go down to 193 Roman 1I. So if the superintendent does not find that it is in the best interest of the student to change, the parent or guardian may request a hearing with the school board of residents to determine if the student is experiencing a manifest educational hardship under paragraph 2. So and the family did that?
I am not positive of all the steps that were followed. The only correspondence that I have dates back to September. I'm not sure what other correspondence there was and what other chain of events there might have been.
The reason I'm poking on this is that I don't really see how the change at line 4 is necessarily going to change the outcome in Roman 1I, the superintendent's determination. But the existing statute does have a process that moves from best interest to manifest hardship.
Right.
And manifest hardship is a different, has a different standard associated with that. And I think culminates with a Roman 3, the state board, so it can be, after you've then appealed to your local school board for a manifest hardship hearing, and then the school board does not find in favor of manifest hardship, then you then bring it to the State Board of Education, and this is in Roman 3, may permit the child to withdraw from the school for such time as the State Board deems necessary. And then 3A, student reassigned under this section. So now we're talking about reassigned to a school in the state, because it talks about ADM and stuff like that. I guess I'm not sure how this does anything.
Right. If I could.
Yes, go ahead.
As you'll see in lines 6 and 7, there were options given to the superintendent if they find that it's in the best interest of the child to attend another school. There was 3 options previously, including the assignment within an assigned school, transfer to another public school, transfer to a public school, or a private school. And we added the 4th for this situation where there was a tuition agreement and they're in a school in Massachusetts and would prefer to go into a school in New Hampshire. And that's also why we added in 4, for parental concerns would be a consideration that would be taken into account by the superintendent to determine if it was in the best interest of the child.
Sure, yeah, and I'm sure it'd be hard to believe that the parents have not made their concerns known to the superintendent if this has been going on 2 years. So the superintendent keeps coming to the same conclusion that best interest, doesn't apply here, and I don't see how the change in 4 is going to change how the students, what the outcome is. And then on lines 13 or 14, I don't see how those are any different than what's on lines 11 and 12, because public school, public academy are already defined in statute as being schools approved by the department. And schools that are approved by the department are located in the state of New Hampshire.
Let me get in this a little bit, because, I'm conflicted with this.
I just want to make sure we're doing something.
I want
that's
to take
gonna-
the situation of Amesbury and this student out of the picture. And let's say there's another student down there that does have, and when I look at the best interest of a student, it says within statute, the superintendent shall consider the student's academic, physical, personal, or social needs. If in fact the superintendent says, no, I can't see any need for the transfer, you haven't demonstrated to me, et cetera, et cetera. So then the parent says, well, okay, then I'm going to request a manifest education hardship. And if that's unsatisfactory, of course, you can go to appeal to the state board. But the manifest education hardship has to do this. Such hardship must be so severe, pervasive, or persistent that it interferes with or limits the ability of the student to receive an education. We had discussed this many times when we made the changes and rewrote it, and it took us, must have been 4 years to get the thing completed, and we worked with the School Boards Association, and they helped us write this. If a parent comes up and says, well, I want to move because of this particular reason, that one, I would say no. Now, what happens if the kid does have these severe issues which demonstrate the need for another bullying or something's going on? The child needs to be in another situation. Now, the district only has one tuition agreement, and that's with Amesbury. Then does the superintendent have the right to establish another tuition agreement that is not board approved to send the kid to a school in New Hampshire?
Absolutely. Superintendents do this all the time.
Well, the tuition agreements are generally made by your school board because you're following the dollar. The dollar comes to the resident district, then it follows to the tuition district to pay for the tuition cost.
Sure, but in the case of both best interest and manifest educational hardship, the superintendents in both districts can agree on a zero tuition. In fact, it says in the statute the tuition can be waived. And in most cases, the tuition is waived because you've got that superintendent, what is it called? Professional courtesy? Where I mean, I think that's what it's been
Well,
called
that's
in the
the way
past.
we used to operate, but now we operate
But-
based upon the 3 criteria that are in this bill.
But it's laid out in there.
Yeah. But it's-
including waiving tuition.
Yeah, the students transfer to a public school, public academy, or approved private school in another district.
Yeah, so the superintendent could have a conversation with the superintendent in another district. Let's just pick on Oyster River or Winnicott, and come to an agreement that, sure, we'll take your student, and either with a tuition agreement that would have to be subject to approval of the board, and I think that's in there, or tuition waiver, and that's a good thing too, because if the receiving district ever had a similar issue, they might be able to go to Hampton and say, hey, can you help us
then
out?
follow the next line of thinking here. Item 3 in here is one of the places you can transfer to another district. It's already in law. So why do we need 4? Yeah.
Could I ask where you were reading the manifest education hardship definition from the rules? No. Yeah, I was specifically looking.
Page
It's on
four.
page 497.
Okay.
In the
Okay.
first column at the bottom.
Okay, and can I also add that specifically in Southampton, they only have one school that goes up to 8th grade. So it's my understanding that students, high school students can tuition into Winnicott or Amesbury. And I was not privy to the conversations that the commissioner brought up with Glenn, so I don't know what the situation is right now with that student. And I had not heard, since the last piece of legislation went through, I think it was last term, where it went. I didn't even know that the bill was put into interim study. So I don't have anything to add on this, and I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the changes that were made, and I forget when it was, a year or two ago, to manifest educational hardship, were developed over, I think there were several swings at the bat to.
Oh, we had
to-
many.
to-
We had
to
many
get
swings
that.
at that in this one.
And it was a very comprehensive change that put sort of logic and process to the best. It added best interest, I think, didn't it? It added this.
Well, best interest is prior to manifest
Right,
education.
but
Right,
it added.
segregated,
it-
so that,
yes.
no best interest came first and then manifest.
Right, it wasn't all jumbled together.
right.
And so the process is much more clear now, and I hope the family understands the process, because I think the existing process could give them, lead to the resolution that they're looking for.
Okay, Representative Mullen, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Under manifest hardship, Roman 2H, if a student is assigned to attend a public school or public academy in another district because of a manifest educational hardship, the district in which the student resigns shall pay tuition to the district to which the child is reassigned. The school board of the district in which the student resigns shall approve the tuition payment.
Yeah, that has to be.
So, I mean, there
moving
is-
money around.
Yeah, there is no question. It's not ambiguous in the least.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I was going to concur, as you started to read the specification for the manifest, that's why I'd highlighted in the book the exact same thing. It just seems to me that the options for the student are already there without 4, that this is just repetitive. I understand Glenn's point of putting parental concern, that's an option. You would think they'd already be there, but that's fine. But the number 4 doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because they already can send it to another school district if they choose to. And they have the option of how it's going to be paid. It doesn't have to be a handshake or a professional agreement. So I think it just sounds like that the parent, a single parent out of the whole state of New Hampshire, this particular place, is not satisfied with the agreement of the superintendent. That's what it sounds like. But the superintendent does have the option to send them to a different school. I mean,
Yes, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What about transportation? If that student were to come out of Massachusetts, would the district have a responsibility to transport the student to the
No.
new school? No? Okay.
We don't have transportation requirements for high school kids by law. You can do it in case of an emergency, or that exception is in law now. That was done by finance, by, I think Karen Umberger made that change back around 17, 18. Somebody did over there. But no, it's the answer. Representative Cornell. Yeah,
they do, but it's optional.
but it's optional.
It's optional by law, right.
It's not required. Adequacy does not provide you money for that. It's,
Well, much
you
else.
get it for K through 8. Okay, so,
Do you want to go towards the interim study on this?
Well,
Well-
it's, if I could contact the department and try and get additional information from them before we have an actual vote on it.
I have no problem with that, but you might convey to them that my reading is that we don't need it. that the third item takes care of it, and the superintendent has that authority
Exactly what it is.
already. But it's got to be a manifest education hardship, and in the particular case that you're talking about, I don't think, if I were an administrator, I wouldn't approve it unless there was something really going on here. We start doing this in one district, we're going to get it everywhere in the state.
Particularly on tuition agreements.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Mr. Chair, if I may also say, I apologize. I was out that week as well, so there was no information to be had to this committee, so I
So
apologize.
we'll get more information from the department, and we will address this one
Bring it back up again.
a little later.
The IPL is wrong. It's not necessary.
So we're taking no action, so you wouldn't have to, you can put down some discussion that we had, but we will come back and we will take this up where we're execing it. We can exec it basically at any time. Don't even worry about it.
It doesn't meet the, we don't know what the case is.
Okay.
We can't overrule a superintendent of the school board.
The next one on the docket today is HB 1114, relative to education service providers under the Education Freedom Account Program. I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ITL on House Bill 1114.
And we have a second from Representative Hobson. Representative Cordelli, you made the motion of ITL. Do you have any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I believe that this legislation is designed for a education service provider who would be a school. That does not fit with all the students in the program, as there are a variety of services that can be chosen to meet the child's education needs. It could be a therapist. It could be the purchase of a computer from Amazon or whoever. A whole variety of different options. These criteria to be made available in a list would not apply, and would apply only to a school, and I think in some instances for a school even, some of these might not necessarily be valid pieces of information to be included on any list. I also believe that information on available service providers is made available to parents in selecting education options.
Further discussion? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. You know, one of the things I think is that we need more transparency. I certainly, as one person, would feel a lot better if we had more transparency in this, with these types of things. I think, you know, you have parents that are now consumers, and they're going to be trying to navigate an area where there are a lot of people clamoring on the outside for their particular money. And, you know, it's hard to get consumer information. You know, I checked on Kearsarge, I keep throwing that out, but that's what I'm more familiar with, and checked on their website, you know, and all these things are listed along with, and I would suggest that co-curriculars, if there's any, you know, clubs or, you know, do the students have an opportunity to participate in robotics, or, you know, is there some other areas that whatever educational vendor it is able to provide them. And if it isn't something that they can provide, if they don't have something which I can't imagine, well, for example, transportation options, they certainly could just put non-applicable, you know, if it was a remote group. So I don't think this is a big ask of people. I think it's consumer information, you know? I really do. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Porter, and then Representative Lakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me I may be reading, we get so many emails, okay, but I seem to remember a comment or an email that came that was from a parent who was using the EFA program, thanking us for this bill because it would help them to find out what's available and help them make their decisions. So I'm wondering if anybody has talked to people who are getting EFAs to see what information they would find helpful. I believe, Representative Cornell, you can correct me on this, but I believe the reason this bill was written this way is that these were issues that parents receiving vouchers or EFAs had problems with nationally in a survey that was done, and so it was a recommendation that such a guide be available for parents. It's a lot of money. People want to make the right decision, and this would help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lakis?
Yeah, the program just started. This is all in the works. Right at the moment, the scholarship organization talks to every single parent and answers all these questions personally. And there is a list, it's already out there, I actually have it, of all the potential providers. But they are working on this. Basically, they said, their comment on this bill was, the program just launched. Let's let CFS do the work and tell us what they need, and let the parents tell them what they need. They talk to them all the time. They're gathering this information. This is a work in progress. And they are working on this. It is something that they talked about doing all along. But right now, every parent, they talk to individually. So the parents don't even need this list to just go to because they're one-on-one talking with the organization who's giving them all the information they need. But the organization, I mean, these providers, they're just now getting information on them, et cetera. And as Glenn said, an awful lot of these don't really pertain to a lot of the providers that they have, like Amazon is a provider. By definition, it's a service provider, but this does not pertain to them. When you have groups, this doesn't, this pertains to like schools that are accredited and stuff, but this money gets used on all kinds of things that aren't just schools. So the organization is in the process of doing this and finding out what the parents want. We don't know what the parents want. They know what the parents want because they're talking to the parents on a regular basis. And I have talked to people who are getting this, and anytime they have a question, they just call. And they get their questions answered. And yes, there will be something like this, but they're finding out from the parents what they want, not us telling them, oh, we want this. No, this isn't necessarily what they want. The parents are telling them what they want. Let's let the parents do that.
Representative Cornell?
So I think if the scholarship organization is doing it anyway, I don't think it will hurt to put it in statute that they should be doing it. And most states that are already doing this do have a directory of what's available. And sometimes parents don't know what they want until they see it written down. And they can say, oh, look at this list. I think I want that. They may not think of it unless they can see it. And I think it's important that they know that if they're choosing something, does it include what they are looking for? They may not think to ask that before they sign up for a service provider. So I don't think it's harmful to put in statute that the service or the scholarship organization will do this anyway. And strange as it is, I did get thanked on Twitter for providing services for educational freedom accounts, which was very strange. But they thanked me for thinking of them, so.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay, Representative Hobson, and then Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping that Representative Likas could send us that, a link to that list, because I have not seen it. Send it to the whole committee. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that at an education conference recently, the Children's Scholarship Fund, if I'm remembering correctly, was a model for education freedom accounts throughout the country. Apparently, other states don't have framework like this set up yet, so I just wanted to put that out there.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the goal, as has been stated many times in this committee, is to have many families taking advantage of education freedom accounts, I'm wondering how, as far as I know, in New Hampshire, there are 2 people working with the scholarship organization. How will those 2 people be able to handle inquiries from hundreds, maybe thousands of more people in the next couple of years who are taking advantage of this? That's why I think it would be helpful to have it in a website which people could go through, so they don't get stuck on the phone line waiting till their call is answered in the future.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I was thinking the same lines as Representative Cornell. When Representative Likas indicated that the scholarship organization already talks to all the individuals and all the people individually and gives them all the information that they already have it, then if it's already there, then it'd be easily to put in print and be available to all parents who are looking to decide where they want to go. And convenient, you know, at 10 o'clock at night, or we're sitting there on there and do it when you're working and have a chance to do that. The second part tonight, and she is absolutely correct, there are some things that are not applicable, like the Amazon. You put not applicable. That's simple, so you know, so the parent knows this doesn't have that. I also think things like the school discipline policy are important. If we're going to enroll my youngster with a provider, I'd like to know what the discipline policy is and not find out after we get there something's wrong. If it's what she says it is, it's available already, they talk to them, they tell them individually, put it on the net so everybody can see it, so they have an option to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would just point out that the legislation also provides for a parent and service provider advisory commission. I think that's the place where what criteria to be listed in any directory of service providers, that would be the place for the criteria or the pieces of information to be listed would be determined. I think that's the best place for it. And in addition, there is an education legislative oversight committee to the program, and they will be meeting in the middle of March. I cannot remember the exact date, but as last I heard, there was to be a presentation of the class wallet system, which will is where all service providers are registered, and basis for electronic payments to those service providers from the accounts. So I think that there are things going on, and I don't think that it always requires the government to step in and do what's intended in this legislation. I think that Parents Advisory Commission and other options are available, and they certainly can come up with what is needed for information for parents joining the EFA program.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we're at the top here of a string of EFA and voucher bills coming up, and you know, it's certainly obvious to everybody that that this is a very partisan issue. We absolutely were in opposition to House Bill 20 when it came through last year, and in fact House Bill 20 I think resulted in being retained in committee, and then was it even put on the table? No, I think it was retained in committee. I think it was retained in committee, because we didn't have the votes to pass it. And public outcry was so strong, I think even on that bill, it was like 6,000 something opposed to it to 1,000 something in favor of it, and obviously ultimately it made its way, into a budget that, a $12 billion budget that had $129,000 set aside for vouchers. So what we're doing here, beginning with House Bill 1114, but also with other bills that I think we've already execed, like 1684, which would have held the program to budgeted amounts, and with an amendment would have protected students who were already involved with the program. But it's not to tear apart the program, but it's to make it responsible to taxpayers and make it responsible to parents and students too. And that's what 1114 is trying to do. I agree that the language here is a little clunky, because education service providers, yes, applies to Amazon. It's right in the definition in 194F. I think what Representative Woodcock suggested is that it's not applicable to somebody buying a notebook from Amazon, but it's certainly applicable to education service providers in maybe more of the classical sense, whether they're a private school or a private academy or tutoring services or something like that. And we heard directly from Matt Southerton with regards to the I think he used the term rigorous vetting process. That's in place now. So yes, we're at the beginning of the program, Representative Lekas, but they're doing a rigorous vetting process right now. And so they have the data to collect that. Furthermore, this, not so much this bill, but other bills as well, are in response to comments that have come back from the JLCAR attorneys, critical of the rules that have been presented right now. And one example of that, and I think this is also part of 1114, is what's the, how safe is my student going to be with this education service provider? And in fact, the current rules proposed by the department specifically say the scholarship organization shall not conduct criminal background checks on education service providers. So I'm sort of wondering how actually rigorous this vetting process is. But at least as far as it concerns schools who are education service providers, the name of the administrator, the performance data, the written discipline policy, the years in operation, that's all transparency. That's all for the public, for families who may be considering sending their child under 194F to a program outside of their school district, and have it laid out there so that they can take a look. So I'm glad Representative Lekas has that list. I'm glad Representative Hobson has asked for that list, because if that list is available, it should be put up for everybody to look at. And of course, these schools must have performance data too, because that's part of the accountability standards that all schools have. And as we go through, 1114, but also the others today, I hope people aren't going to look at this as being death by 1,000 cuts, because that's not the intention of how we're bringing this forward. We know this is a program that's in place. We know this is a program that's highly unpopular with Granite Staters. Recent polls, Granite State polling has indicated that as well, and that we're just trying to tighten up on this a little bit to be responsible for taxpayers and be responsible for students. And I'll say it again. We heard the department say it yesterday that student safety is job one. Well, damn it, it should be job one. And the fact that it's not in the rules, in fact that the rules state that scholarships shall not conduct criminal background checks is just outrageous.
Okay, let's get back on this
Thank you.
particular topic right here. I think that everybody here is anxious to look at bills constructively and see, is there a way to improve a program? Now, I think everybody ought to be looking at things from that vein. I would approve this bill if, in fact, it didn't have a laundry list of items down. Oftentimes, when we put laundry lists on things, something's left off. I know it says those magic words, but not limited to. But we do that often, and what we're doing by writing these laundry lists, we are getting down into the micromanagement of where we belong in terms of whether we're doing it with the college system, the university system, we're dealing with high schools, we're dealing with elementary schools. Where does the responsibility of internal administration and authority come into play? I concur. The scholarship organization shall compile a directory of public profiles for each education service provider listed, period. And let the oversight committee, let those that are involved say, okay, here's some important elements that the public should know to make a decision. However, that's not the way this reads right now. It goes down and reads all kinds of things, which there's going to be some things which are checked off, not applicable. High school doesn't provide transportation. Our elementary schools are not accredited, all of them. Some are accredited through the Elementary Association, but they're not all accredited. We have several high schools which are not accredited. So then you can look at other aspects of that as well. So there's going to be NAs on certain responses. I think that every profile should list those, for example, Amazon. They're not going to be, there's going to be a lot of NAs here down the list. But it'd be nice to have a profile, what Amazon can offer in terms of offerings. So I would be supportive of this bill if we put a period after listed and let those that are responsible to do it.
So, Rick, one of the reasons I think you organize the exec sessions in groups of, like we're doing all the EFA bills right now, is so that we could have discussions like this and possibly even consider amendments that, to this bill or other bills after conversation. But possibly taking, lines 1 through 6 and knocking out, essentially knocking out the rest of the thing. So ends at public profiles and relevant data. We could just put relevant data and leave that up to the oversight committee, leave that up to the scholarship organization. But at least it provides, at least it starts us in the direction of transparency. But
And if we really try to address this so we are communicating to our public. Now, I understand that there's some out there that don't like EFAs. We got that message, but we also know there's 1,800 people that do like it. That have 1,800 kids in the program. It's there for a reason. It may be the best fit for that particular child or that family. I'm not objecting to the alternative forms of education in the state. I support it strongly. I would like to see something here where we're, provider. Is that the individual parent? We've had that discussion before. Or is it a parent that has other kids in the neighborhood coming in and sitting in that home and they're providing this small pod with scholarships, funding, and education? A provider obviously is maybe part of that, but the parent, it's like a homeschool, and we don't, you can homeschool and you don't have to go through these hoops. And we don't put the hurdle so high. So I think there's room for working on this thing. If we put down what we're and do it in a way that is going to make it informative to the parent and leaving some of what we put in it up to the folks which are dealing with the issue. At this point in time, I could go with this bill if you put a period after listed, or if you had some other language to explain what the purpose of these profiles is. To communicate to the public. Here's an opportunity for you to have, and here's what this provider does provide or doesn't provide. It's.
You ready? I think we'd put that amendment together for you, Rick.
Okay, if you're willing to do that, then we will jump over this and we'll come back to it.
Is that all right?
So I want the public to know, though, that we want to see a program work. We want to see every child, and as I've heard from your team over there too many times, Representative Luno, every child in this state counts. Our demographics shrinking. We need every one of these kids to get an education. And I'm all for doing it in any way I can do it. So let's move forward. Bring back that amendment. We'll deal with this later, Representative Cornell. Representative Likas,
I have further,
if you have any other information,
I
why
have
don't you talk
further
with them?
information for us in general,
Okay,
for the day. First off, you should have the email. It is being emailed to you about the providers, so you can look at it. Second off, the organization is coming up with they're designing a database, they're doing all of that kind of stuff, they're using based on the questions they get, et cetera, et cetera. It's happening. That's what I was trying to say before. It's happening already. But the question is, do you know that rules were passed on Friday, and do you have a list of those rules? Because so many things that are in these bills that we'll be seeing are covered by the rules, and some of them are in conflict with the rules that were passed. And they just got passed, so all the arguments, all the whatever was done in JELCAR. They fixed things, they did all this stuff. The idea that these bills went in based on JELCAR, Friday is when they passed the JELCAR rules.
We've got the rules.
We-
that were
Good.
passed on Friday.
That
can
was the
take that
question. Do
information.
you have the rules?
And I would ask that when you're trying to develop this, talk to Matt Southerton. He's the one that came in here and spoke on behalf of this, and involved Glenn as well. I think we're all supportive of communicating with the public. So there's a way it can be done. Let's get it done correctly, and try to come back with something that's palatable for all. With that, we're making slow progress.
It's going to pick up steam in the afternoon.
I hope it does, because, Mother Nature is going to pick up some steam on Friday, and if we don't get our work done, guess where we're going to be the following week? Right back here. And remember, guys, I wanted everybody to have the full week off. Some have got airplane tickets flying out of here, so there might be some subs that we'd have to use if we have to come back for a day. Okay, so let's do 115. Next one on the docket here, relative to the to record of educational attainment under the Educational Freedom Account program. And
Representative Hobson is recognized to make a motion.
yeah, that's what I've got down here. No, she can steal all the fun she wants. I'm the lightning,
Just trying
though.
to keep us on track. And I agree with everything you said about the last bill, just wanted to say that. I would like to make a motion to ITL HB 1115.
Is there a second?
I hope so.
Okay, thank you, Representative
Otherwise.
Moffett. So we have a motion made by Representative Hobson, second by Representative Moffett. Maker of the motion, do you care to have any discussion?
Yes, I will briefly say that EFA students, often homeschool students, compile information throughout the year into a portfolio. This method has been approved and for some is a better method to measure progress. These portfolios need to be assessed by a credentialed teacher under current legislation. Education Freedom Accounts are provided 3 options for assessment that are in line with the current requirements in statute. This bill would take away 2 options, forcing parents into a single assessment option that is inconsistent with our currently approved options. This creates unnecessary burden on families that are trying to stay compliant with assessments. Providing multiple ways of assessment allows families to choose the best fit for them. There is really no reason to test students participating in Education Freedom Accounts differently than public school students.
Sounds like you got the committee report already made, huh? Okay, so let's have some discussion now. Representative Cornell.
Well, I don't understand the last sentence that she said, that there's no reason to test Freedom Account students differently than public school students when all public school students take the state assessment exam. So if you're not gonna do everyone, how do you tell if they're doing well in their other school, other program? Because I think what
If you-
Popson just said,
you-
your last sentence was that they don't have to do what the public school and the public school does.
Right, well, and when you were giving testimony, Rep. Cornell, I believe I asked you, what if students are using different curriculum to achieve the same goals? It might not look the same. The standards might be arrived at through a different method. So the statewide assessment might not work for that particular method that they're using. And I hope that makes sense, because that's all I've got.
Maybe I can just interject one bit of information. When we were looking at, way back when with the Common Core standards, and there was concern from some districts that they'd like to elevate above the Common Core, in other words, to go beyond the minimum standards. And we also established at that time that there could be, they could do that, has to be approved, but they can do it and they can assess with a norm reference test if they so desire. Everybody has to take the statewide assessment, simply that we try to get at least a 95% completion in these schools in order to sustain no reduction in funds from the federal government, which they can do that if we don't get to a certain level of participation on the statewide test. That's a mandatory thing for receiving the ESSA monies. And we have an application which we submit that gets that approved. So there are multiple ways that we have for assessing the competencies that we're doing within the schools, because all school districts are teaching the curriculum and the instruction in accordance with how it's been approved for that particular school district. And there's no sense for anybody to give a test if the test is not aligned with what is being taught at the time it's being taught. You teach U.S. history maybe at one place in one grade level, another grade level at school at another grade level. That occurs through elementary ed as well. So you want to make sure your instrument is aligned with your instruction and your curriculum. So, and there's also a movement in this country, and it's been done quite thoroughly down in Massachusetts, where they have portfolios and capstone projects which are following that. And the portfolio is a record of achievement and what the child has done. And that's getting away from this basically, which I'm not necessarily a real believer in, a test saying the child knows how to apply the knowledge and skills that they've been taught. And the portfolio shows more application of the knowledge and skills. So I think we'd be in error in subtracting from how we assess these other two valuable instruments that are used to assess student growth. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for laying that out, and that makes a lot of sense. Particularly because the 194F voucher program does not specify. I don't think it requires the same set of core curriculum, core adequacy, or minimum standards that public schools are held to. So having public school students take a test that clearly documents their performance against those minimum state standards is very relevant there. But to the degree that a voucher student is having their education paid for through public taxpayer dollars, and that these taxpayers, through their legislators, have endorsed the state minimum standards. Wouldn't, from an accountability standpoint, they have a right to know how an EFA student is performing on a test that does show their competencies against curriculum that follows the state minimum standards? And if the student is being taught some completely different curriculum, and therefore does not do well on this test, is that really a good use of taxpayer money? Or if they're using a curriculum that goes way above the standards and they ace the test, wouldn't that be a good indicator of a good use of taxpayer money? So even though the test, you're right, is directed to curriculum that public schools are taught and may not necessarily match up or align with curriculum that's being taught to the EFA students, I think performance to that is a good indicator to taxpayers about how their investment in this program, which is now over $8 million a year, is bearing out. And I think that's the intention of House Bill 1115.
So then why take out A, for example, a norm reference test, which the state test is. It's normed against an original norming test, scores, whether it be an NCE score or et cetera, or go scale score of some kind, they're comparable between those two instruments. Why then not allow a person to use the Iowa Test of Basic Skills or the California Achievement Test? Or that, but that's been eliminated here.
Yeah. So I could see maybe bringing that back in, as long as the nationally standardized norm referenced achievement test, certainly as long as there were enough students being measured against that test that it was statistically relevant nationally. I think maybe we've got some common ground on that.
Well, to a degree. I'm not there all the way yet because we have kids in this state that do not take the statewide assessment test due to that they may be in a special service group, which there's an alternative format of based upon their IEPs, their handicapping condition, to demonstrate growth. And that's another instrument which we use, and there's got to be another way of measuring growth other than just this one way. And I'm an advocate of that. I'd like to see this as an opportunity for all our regular ed kids as well.
Yeah, and does that exception process also apply to? I mean, if it applies to public school students, it should certainly apply to students in the 194F program.
It seems to be a discussion between yourself and I apologize.
That
But
could be
for
for
one,
rules.
it's not a voucher program. Two, that
I'm trying to
we
use
have to
more
do it
terms,
in
so.
the state simply because in order for us to receive those millions and millions of dollars annually from the Elementary Secondary Education Act, now ESSA, we have to have that statewide test. We have to have that. If you were to ask this education committee and who sets policy, many times we've really discussed that. I know that Representative Guile and I were on the same page on this. We did not necessarily believe that this is the best instrument to be deciding our kids are achieving. That's why we put growth in there. There's other instruments out there too, whether it be the NAEP or it be the PISA or whatever that our kids get involved with, or the science tests. I think that this whole area right here is that it gets into achievement. What's the reason for achievement? How do we measure achievement? And, we know that some of the achievement tests out there are basically, in my book, worthless. The instructor says so much time taken away from teaching in the classroom that they're preparing for this thing a month ahead of time. And so I won't go into my tirade anymore, but you know how I feel on this. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for running in and out of the room. Okay, so my understanding is that when the state set up its assessment program, it was decided that these were the skills and the content area that we wanted our students in New Hampshire to show that they knew what they were able to know and able to do. They set up the test because they felt that it was beneficial to New Hampshire to have New Hampshire students show proficiency in these areas. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's what it was set up. We hear all the time about how lousy certain schools are because they are not meeting the proficiency standard set up by the state tests. We hear that when we hear people want to pull their kids out and put them in a private school. We hear that when people say they don't want to move to a community because of their lousy test scores. The public schools are held accountable for their performance on these tests, whether we like it or not. If our schools, our public schools, are held accountable on the results of these tests, and we're not making other educational opportunity places also show that they're doing this job with the same measurement, how are we going to know that the money that we're sending to private schools or charter schools or home schools or whatever are educating the children of the state to the level that the state has determined is beneficial to itself? And that's why I think keeping this test in there as a source of evaluation for these programs is vital. How else are we going to know? Are we going to be comparing these apples and oranges? We've got a school over here that's just using portfolios. Well, that's a different way of assessment. We've got a school over here that's using the Gates McGinnity. That's a different way of assessment. If we're going to be determining how excellent our schools are, how excellent our teaching is, we need to be using the same scale. And that's why I think this needs to be in there. You know, I'm really tired of hearing how lousy the schools are because only 30% are proficient in math now after COVID for 2 years of disruptions. Well, that's according to this test. And if you don't think this test is valid or an accurate measurement of what a student knows and is able to do, why are you bringing it up to make us feel bad about our public schools? Our public schools are held to such high standards. And I just think all education getting public funding should be held to the same high standards. Thank you for, now I got my rant in, but it really
Okay,
makes
thank you
me
very
angry.
Thank you. Further to Representative Cordelli, and then Representative Likas.
Thank you. Getting back to accountability, and if a school is not achieving, as Representative Porter just was indicating, and the proficiency levels are not where they should be, then parent might leave. Well, they can't leave in many cases, right? Unless they have the funds to do so, right? So people we're talking about in this program don't have that ability. Now, if you want to talk about adding a criteria that if school proficiency levels are below X, they would automatically qualify, regardless of income, for an education freedom account, then then we can talk. But the best form, I think, and we talked about it last week. I'm sorry. I think I have the floor at the moment. If we want to talk about accountability, we talked about it last week. I think the best form of accountability is parental accountability, right? Who knows the children best? And this program and others similar to it, and even the tax credit scholarship program, if they're not happy with the education option, they can select a different education option. Parental accountability is the highest form of accountability. In terms of accountability for public schools is a whole separate area that we don't need to go on to related to this bill. But I think to eliminate you're putting criteria in terms of assessment on many non-public schools that might have EFA students, and eliminating C eliminates a whole class of people in the program as well. And I view it as setting the stage for changing criteria in the home education sector as well. So I am totally against this bill and totally supportive of the ITL motion.
See, who is that? Representative Lycus, then Representative Woodcock, and rolling around here. Go ahead.
Part of the reason we carefully worded the first one, nationally standardized norm referenced achievement test, number one, is because they're very comparable, but number two, because that's what the private schools do, that's what a number of the private schools do, and we didn't want to make kids who are attending private schools have to take multiple tests. That way, if they take the test at the private school, it is comparable, and it is compared to a large number of students, because those tests that the private schools do are national, and they do compare, and you can look at how the kids do on the tests they take at the private schools and see how they're doing. You don't have to compare it to the state ones. But the other thing is, a lot of these kids are special needs kids. They're not coded. Their parents are private. They believe in privacy. They don't want their kid labeled, and I've heard this from numerous parents. They don't want their kid labeled with a label that's going to continue with them for the rest of their life. And if they have to go to a school and prove in order to take the other test that their special needs and do all of that, that's going to be in the record, that's going to be passed down. People are going to have access to it when they go to college. People are going to have access to it when they're employed sometimes. They do not want their kid labeled. They do not want their kid coded. They know what the issues are. They're working with special needs people. They're working whether it's dyslexia or whatever. Those things can make it very difficult to take this statewide student assessment for the same reason that kids who have IEPs don't necessarily have to take this. They are measured in other ways. And that's the point of the portfolio. The parents, anybody who's looking at it can see that they're improving, they're learning. But they may be excelling in math, and just because they're very dyslexic, they can't spell. They can't write, they can read, maybe, or maybe not. And so you're looking for improvement. They're working with teachers who specialize in dyslexia, for instance. And they're improving, and great progress is being made. With their portfolio, you can see that. But they may still do horribly on a standardized test because that's the area they're having trouble with, right? But it doesn't show how they're accelerating and doing well in all these other things. And there are colleges that would prefer a portfolio to a standardized test. There are colleges that would much prefer that because it's a better way of showing what a kid is doing, what a kid is capable of. That's why there are both private and public schools who are going to portfolios.
Wrap it up.
Okay, so at any rate, the options were there because we have a wide variety of students in the program.
Thank you.
And we want to keep them there.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I do want to go back and reference your opening dialogue when you're talking about the Massachusetts Capstone project and those things, the portfolios. Capstone projects in Massachusetts typically accompany and not are in lieu of other requirements for graduation. They're a high school graduation requirement in most schools. Massachusetts has, we all know, the MCAS test, which is the standard for graduation. And they rang the bell. Is the standard for graduation. So it's not like they're exempting themselves by having a portfolio. That is part and parcel of, and is separate from the MCAS, which is an assessment. And I understand listening to Representative Leakes talking about measuring a different way, but an assessment in a portfolio is different. An assessment is where you are at a point in time. It's not how you're making progress. They're not looking at how you're making progress. It's an assessment, where are you now at that point in time as compared to everyone else? And we heard the Commissioner of Education sitting here last week and tell us that the school curricula across New Hampshire needs to be changed. He said we need these 4 key things. And he was measuring that on testing, measuring that on the results of the 4 tests he named, the 3 tests he named, that's his measure. I understand that statewide it makes it look good, we have these 3 tests, and so we'll go back to the old way and take these 4 subjects of the key area. But that's what he's telling us. When he says 50% of the kids who, or 90% that graduated, the high school graduates had 50% quartile, that tells us something. So he is using the statistics, he's using the numbers of where we are now. He's not looking at progress. And that's the same point of this, that when you ask for a standardized test for everyone, you want to know where they are. And that, besides transparency and taxpayer money, the bottom line is, you want to know where are they? And then you see if they're making progress. The last part, and I do understand your point, Rick, on Section A about the comparative testing with a private school. But I do take reservation to the part about the portfolio evaluation. When you're telling me that a teacher who works in a or someone currently teaching in a non-public school, when we know that 50% of the teachers in charter school do not need to be certified, they can be anyone, and we call them a teacher. And you take that same piece here, if I'm teaching in a parochial school, you say, Susan, would you come over and help evaluate my youngster's stuff because you teach in a parochial school? That doesn't mean she knows squat, but she does know a lot. But it doesn't mean she knows anything. So I mean, there's not a way to evaluate that. I think that's a huge error in this this bill. When you go back to that one test, where are they now? That's all they're asking to do, everyone in the state. And we know special ed youngsters have a special exemption, and we know that that's been there forever and it needs to be there. That's all. Thank you.
To know where they are right now, you use something like a STAR test, STAR math, STAR reading. That will give you the information throughout the school year. This statewide test, you give it in the spring, you get the results back, and if you were here when we heard testimony, we'll get the scores back in October. Well, that doesn't help the teacher, you know, in fact, the results, well, I won't go there, you know where I'm going. So there's a lot of ways of measuring where a child is. And I think we got to be fluid and allow that to occur. And we're only giving that statewide test because the federal government, and we did eliminate, years going back, about 10 years ago, we used to have a requirement where we will test for reading, writing, arithmetic, language arts, science, and social studies was in it. We recognized that wasn't happening. Science, yes, it's happening, you know, at several grades because of the feds. But so now we're not even assessing by way of a test all those subjects which we equate to adequacy.
I understand that, but that is exactly what the commissioner looking for the other day. We went back to the 4 pieces.
Exactly.
And the testing, so we could get the statewide understanding and get federal dollars. I understand what it is. That's what I'm saying, but that's a measurement at that point.
And
You're
there's
right,
other
though. You're
ways
right, though.
of
You have
getting
tests.
that measurement data. So Representative Hall,
I'm gonna make it short and sweet. Everyone has to take the test. Everyone has to take the test, whoever you are, take the test. And I heard we have a wide variety of students in the EFAs. We have a wide variety of students in the public schools. Take the test.
further discussion. Representative Cornell.
This is just, I just want to find out some information. I know when public schools take the test, it's put in the paper, it's announced, whatever. When the private schools or whatever take the nationally standardized norm referenced achievement test, are those results published like in the Union Leader or anywhere else that is available for people to see how their children are doing
If
anywhere?
you put, like, if you're talking about like a Kimball Union or Holderness or Vermont Academy or any of those schools, they don't have to publish that. They won't publish this stuff.
Okay. But if they're getting taxpayer money for their students
This
to
is
go to
why a
those
school
schools-
like a Vermont Academy or a Holderness will not take federal dollars.
Okay.
They're not going to have those, not rules, but the regulations on the federal level govern how they're going to perform.
So the schools that take federal, state tax money,
If you're going to get it, the federal money, you're going to give us some kind of, assessment as a result of the Elementary Secondary Education Act, the original, and subsequent, which would be ESSA.
okay, thank you.
And why do they do that?
It's federal dollars.
So
Now,
it's accountability for use of federal dollars.
yeah, we like to say it's accountability. I don't want to go on that
Okay,
debate
all
any
right, but
longer.
that's
I don't
what
think
this
it
bill
does
is
what it's
about.
supposed to do.
so. But we can vote.
One last discussion.
Thank you,
Marjorie?
Mr. Chair. I'm old enough to remember before the federal government got involved in our state tests. We were giving state tests back in the 90s before the No Child Left Behind Act became law, because I worked on developing test questions in math for the state assessments. This was well beyond before the federal government required it. Remember the frameworks? Remember all that? That was all going on.
Yeah, we had the frameworks, we had those guidelines, and you can go back another 20 years prior to that, and you were giving a norm referenced achievement tests.
They were, but they weren't required.
No, and.
But the state started requiring
and
them.
many, and I don't know how many districts were doing it, but I know most were giving some kind of achievement to figure
Well-
out. You mentioned Gates McGinnity, that's a test that measures comprehension and vocabulary.
So my first year teaching in New Hampshire, in the school I was in, we gave a standardized test that the teachers were supposed to correct. It never went anywhere. It wasn't done. In fact, mine sat in the drawer because I was new and I didn't know what I was supposed to do with them until it was way past the time. So, yeah.
Okay, let's, Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote? We need to move on here.
Yes, thank you. This is relative to House Bill 1115, relative to record of educational attainment under the Educational Freedom Account Program. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative Bone? Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
No,
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Oh, did I say that wrong?
You're good.
Sorry. Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Porter?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 10-9.
So you're going to have a minority report on, ought to pass on that, Boohoo? Cornell, okay. Okay, and Hobbs is going to do it. Okay, being the elementary principal, I want everybody to stand up and shrink it, shake it out a little bit here. And Ralph, I want you to drink water over there. And, and let's take 5 minutes and walk the hallway.
Rick, I emailed more or less with that amendment to 14 with the period.
Oh, the first one, okay, good, thank you.
Thanks for indulging the discussion on the last.
We want to keep these discussions down a little bit, huh? Because I'm debating whether I have to let people know today whether we're going to meet next week or not.
Let's
If
get
we don't fire this thing up, we will be.
let's get through these.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think
I know it, there's a lot that are going to be here, and we could take one day and, because I don't know if we're going to get through it.
But I think if we could quickly, sort of like what we did on 114, identify that, all right, I like some parts of this, but not other parts of it, and we can get an amendment, and let's try to identify that
See,
quickly.
I know you guys don't like DFAs, and you're going to try everything you can do to repeal it. But see, now the concern is that on the Republican side, they don't want anything to go forward. DFA mentioned.
They probably didn't send it to HCS. You would have to send it up to HCS.
Change that to a not pass on the House floor.
Unusual.
It's
It
more
must have been
difficult
because
to do.
it's
So they don't want to make it easy to get rid of it.
Yeah,
And so I just went on that
That's not-
first one right there.
that's
where
not in
we,
debate.
Agreeing that profile's a good idea.
HCS.
Contrary to thinking.
Right, and ask for,
well, the thinking of
25 copies, 3-hole punch. Yes, I'd like to move ITL.
And Representative Ford, do you have a second? 11:20? Yes, okay. Representative Ford seconds the motion. Being the maker of the motion to ITL on 11:20, Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this legislation is intended to put restrictions or requirements on education service providers that might be inappropriate for some in terms of one-year participation, history of academic success. I think that for many types of education service providers, this would not be applicable. And B, also, in terms of the administrative rules requirements, I think that this goes too far, micromanaging. If we want someone to look at things such as this in the future, the program's only a few months old, one. Two, we have an EFA oversight committee that meets on a regular basis, and anything in this area, I think, would be subject to that oversight committee, and that would be the place where any adjustments could be made in the future. And for those reasons, I made the ITL motion.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as the prime sponsor of 1120, I just want to make a few statements about the intent of the bill. Generally speaking, I am a fairly logical person, and on a good day, I'm even reasonable. House Bill 1120, while it is broad in its scope in that it touches upon 4 different things, was born out of the concerns that we have had with a program that came to be so quickly and in a manner that didn't allow for us to individually look at each one of these concerns prior to its being adopted. So when House Bill 1120 was in fact put together by me and sent to OLS, we had some minimal discussion back and forth between myself and OLS about the language. The intent of the bill is to primarily look at the safety of students. We're talking about health and safety standards, codes that all schools and programs that deal with students have to comply with in the state of New Hampshire. We're talking about something near and dear to me, and that is background checks for education service providers to assure that our kids are not being put at risk when they are in the company of an unknown adult or an adult that is recently known. As I understand what has been said by many speakers this morning about rules and laws and JELCAR, but OLS in January answered a JELCAR inquiry about the background check aspect of this bill. And the inquiry revealed the OLS interpretation that the scholarship organization is under no obligation from RSA 193 to put together any kind of background check. In fact, I'll read from you if you'll indulge me for a minute. 194. 194F does not grant the scholarship organization the ability to require criminal background checks. the rule doesn't actually require the scholarship organization to have the education service providers get criminal background checks. Rather, the rule requires the organization to publish any procedures the service providers happen to use to ensure background checks take place for their providers who have direct access to children. The department in its cover letter to the conditional approval request states that the intent of the language is merely to have the providers post their procedures for background checks if they have them. To affirmatively require criminal background checks for any provider having contact with children will require further legislation. That sentiment is again repeated in February, that if the department agrees that if criminal background checks were to be required, it would require further legislation. So we can sit here and we can debate the merits or lack thereof of any point of the program, but the fact of the matter is that EFAs are here. Student safety has to be in the forefront. And so I would ask you, as you're considering this bill, to think about the safety standards, both from an educational and a physical safety point of view, and to consider whether or not this bill ought to in fact move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Lakis.
Once upon a time, it was a parent's job to make sure their children were safe. Once upon a time, we didn't have background checks. Numerous teachers who've done nasty things in schools passed background checks. Parents still need to be wise. The scholarship organization has and must have what the procedures are if one of these service providers have any. The parents have access to that. The parents can then decide, oh, they don't do background checks, I'm not going to choose them. Or they can decide, I'm going to be present with my child anytime my child is there. And so I say the people who care most about the protection of the children are the parents. And it's not like at a public school where they don't have a choice, where it's decided this is the organization you're using, you're putting your kid on your bus and off they go. They are choosing what organization to use, how to supervise it, all of that. So I say, let the parents take care of their kids. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I was just wondering, like when I go to buy hamburger at the store, I have a feeling that everything's been inspected and things are okay for me to eat. Hamburgers kind of can be pretty dangerous if it isn't done in a proper way. And I just do that routinely. And I'm wondering how many parents are doing the same thing. They know that when they've sent their kids to public school, if they're taking the EFA to take their kids out of public school, they know reasonably well that the school has fire extinguishers, does, fire drills, have minimal safety standards. Even our schools that we identify as schools for tuition purposes only have to meet the local health and safety standards and codes. And as a parent, just how many things can you check? That I think there's a certain thing about being, yes, an informed consumer, but you have to have the information to be an informed consumer. And there's another thing about just being a consumer and expecting that, life is going to go on and take it as it is. And so the second part of this, I think, complying with state and local health and safety standards and codes, and also the background checks, as Representative Mullen and I and Attorney Fenton have been working on for a long time. We're very concerned that, you know, predators now can see, you know, they gravitate to programs that are going to be providing the kids that they want to prey on. And so, you know, I think it's important that we have these safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. This is regarding House Bill 1120, relative to education service providers under the Educational Freedom Account Program. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative Bohm? Yes. Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Yes. Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Porter?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay, ITL 10-9.
Who, Representative Mullen, I would assume? Thank you. Okay. The next bill we have on the docket is 1152. 1152 is a bill relative to verification of eligible students under the Education Freedom Account Program. I'll hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1152, I would call on the chairman for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move ITL on 1152.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ford. And Chairman Ladd, would you care to comment on your motion?
Yes, I do it. Eligibility for the program is clearly stated in the bill that you have on line 5, where you have less than or equal to 300% of the federal poverty guidelines as updated annually. That's clear. Now, eligibility for the differentiated aid, which is you're receiving differentiated aid, is not the same as this eligibility for the 300% level. If you can receive differentiated aid in various categories, such as ELL, English Language Learner, special education service, you get that monies. You get the monies if you're not receiving it in the other 3 categories for remedial reading, and then you have free and reduced. If your free and reduced meets the guidelines of the application, you qualify there. If you have an IEP, you qualify without any income level at all. Special ed's not related to income. And the same thing for English Language Learner, and the same thing is for if you have the remedial reading. So the purpose of verifying eligibility to receive differentiated aid, you don't have to verify that. It's something that is done through differentiated aid and processes within the school, which says, yes, you qualify for that category of differentiated aid. It has nothing to do with eligibility to the program at all.
Thank you. Representative Ford, do you have any comments? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Ladd. I think what you laid out there is generally is accurate, but I do have a couple of questions directed specifically to free and reduced price lunch, and I guess the first is does the scholarship organization know whether a student is eligible for a free and reduced price lunch on an annual basis? And I guess the second part is, how do they do that?
Well, of course, differentiated follows the year prior to is where the monies are allocated through the state. In other words, it's not in the given year. It's based upon monies available from the preceding year. And yes, the department does know students which are receiving services during any given year. They have access to that information. They can do that by the unique pupil identifier, et cetera.
So a follow-up on that. So let's say a student has been homeschooled for the last, pick the number of years, 6 years, and now the EFA program comes into place. The student's just been having lunch at home, has no IEP. How does the scholarship organization determine, or the department determine their eligibility for free and reduced price lunch, differentiated aid, or frankly, special education differentiated aid, given the fact that the student as a homeschooler would probably not have an IEP, and as an EFA student would be ineligible for FAPE under IDEA?
If I could, the scholarship organization, it's my understanding, gets federal tax returns annually from families, so that would be used to determine free and reduced eligibility. Representative Lakis, did you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say that every year they get all of that and they check it and double check it, and they actually have people who specialize in tracking that down and making sure that it's accurate. Because the organization is not just two people, they're part of a national organization, and they have lots of people who help with fraud and all kinds of stuff. And the other part of it is, as far as IEPs go, they don't get that money unless, they have, as far as I know, they don't even get that money because they're not, a public school student.
So the department's own fact sheet actually shows that I think nearly 50% of, I don't have it in front of me, but it actually carried the number of students out of the 1,635 that were receiving special education differentiated aid, which I think is somewhere around $1,800 over on top of base adequacy.
Then those students must have done all of the stuff that they're required to do that, because they check it all.
The number as of November 9th was 88 who received special education aid, 0.3% of students statewide. Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. So I have a question with regards to differentiated aid in general. When you're a public school student and you have either ELL services or remedial reading services or an IEP, there are certain criteria that have to be met in order for you to retain those services. So for an IEP, kids are tested every 3 years. For ELL services and remediation of reading, it's annually. What is the procedure for determining whether or not these students who may have had ELL services at the age of 8 still need the ELL services at the age of 12? Or what if somebody, one of our proudest moments in a public school is when someone graduates out of special education. So how do we determine whether or not these students are still in need of services and whether or not that makes them eligible for the differentiated aid?
To clarify one thing, the remedial reading is only done at 3rd grade, if in fact you don't receive other differentiated aid.
So
If
is the
you qualify-
differentiated aid for reading only given when the student is in whatever, 4th grade?
If they're not ELL, if they're not free and reduced, and they don't have a special ed IEP, they're not special ed, but they are remedial, they will get this one-time dose of funds, it's a little over $700, they're about 700, 800 bucks, one time only as a third grader. They will not get it again in the fourth grade.
All right, thank you for that
Okay,
clarification.
so that clarifies that one. Now, in order to receive money in terms of special education, you have to have an active IEP. IEPs, you know that every year they're looked at, there's an annual, but there's also a 3-year review, a huge review, where you determine whether the handicapping condition is correct, needs change or whatever. So that process would have, so you'd have to have a current active IEP to receive that differentiated. That's known through the Department of Education. See, the English language learners, very similar. They have there's a director over there also that's in charge of that program, which would have that information. You're welcome.
Representative Porter?
So does that mean that in this bill, they're asking that those eligibility be reviewed every year? And you don't like that in this bill? Because the department already does that? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused.
Eligibility for differentiated is done annually.
Yes, when that's
Now,
what,
but in getting into the EFA program has nothing to do with differentiated aid.
yes, but the amount of money that's received as your scholarship is determined by differentiated aid.
Yes, and you will get that base adequacy amount. And this is why when the scholarship organization has this, and they notify DOE, it takes a while for them to go through and compute over there the eligibility status in these differentiated aid areas. That is then tacked onto the, it comes out on average by the state around $4,600 for the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you do that every year, which is what this bill is asking for?
They do. What this bill is saying, that there's been a confusion though with eligibility getting into the program, that 300% level, that is done once.
Yes, I don't think there's a
Okay.
confusion there. What I'm saying is, I understood this bill, and the purpose of this bill was so that that differentiated aid amount could be adjusted each year depending on the status of the student each year. They're not talking about, this bill is not talking about reviewing the income of the family every year. They're talking about looking at the differentiated aid amount that the state is contributing to the scholarship every year. So if you know, the first year I'm an ESL, ELL language learner, and by the third year I'm no longer getting that, you know, to have that. If it's not checked every year, how will the state know to reduce the payment?
If I might, elsewhere in the legislation, it requires determination between the scholarship organization and the department of any eligibility for differentiated aid.
Say that again, please, Representative. I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
understand.
if I can read it to you. The scholarship organization shall, in cooperation with the department, determine eligibility for differentiated aid subject to any applicable state and federal laws.
Does it say every year?
Well, I think that's, by definition, how differentiated aid is determined for any student, whether they're in the public school or in an EFA program. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Just because I'm confused at this point, if someone qualifies for an EFA and they get an amount that includes differentiated aid, are they guaranteed that amount throughout the rest of the time that they are on the Educational Freedom Account?
No. Representative Lakis.
Yes, the information I just got was that the DOE has FRL, ELL, and third grade data internally attached to the kids' SASID. The scholarship organization verifies ELL on their end also. Parents give them an ELL letter from public school determination. Public schools have an ELL test. DOE knows who these kids are already. And for the for the money aspect of it, as I said, they get every single year, they get that year's federal tax return, federal tax information. And so every year, what the child deserves as far as free and reduced lunch, that kind of stuff is done every year. And then as Glenn was saying, if they have a IEP and it's active, that would be the only way. That's why there are lots of parents in the program who have kids with special needs and don't get special needs money because they don't have an active IEP like homeschool kids wouldn't. Somebody just coming from a public school would. So all this stuff that's in here, it's already done. It's done now. It's been being done the whole time.
Thank you. Any further comments? If not, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
This is regarding Bill 1152, relative to verification of eligible student. Oh, I think I missed something. I have eligible student under the Educational Freedom Account Program. I think I'm missing a word here. Oh, to verification, excuse me, that's important, of eligible students under the Educational Freedom Account Program. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Porter? No. Representative Hall?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
The ITL carries 10-9.
Pass minority report.
There will be, yes. And I'll be doing that.
Okay, great.
Okay, the next bill which we have coming up is HB 1283. This is an act relative to the liability as taxable income of education freedom account payments. I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ITL.
Thank you.
I would second that.
So we have a motion made by Representative Cordelli, second by Representative Moffett. ITL is the motion. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I would basically repeat, I think, what I said during the hearing, in that this language is comparable. The language in statute now is comparable to every existing education savings account program in the nation, and to the best of my knowledge, as of about a month ago, and the checking that I did, nobody has been taxed on this funding. So I do not believe there is any need to change the language.
Further discussion. Representative Moffett, do you have anything to add?
What Representative Cordelli said.
Thank you. Up to the Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, and Representative Cordelli, I appreciate knowing that, that other states with education savings account with these programs in place use this language. But how many of those states have their own state income tax?
Several.
Right. So in that case, state law could be exempting EFA payments from state income tax. That's within the purview of the state. But we're not in that situation here in New Hampshire. We don't have a state income tax. And to say this here would lead one to believe that they have no federal tax liability incurred on a payment that was made at a parent's direction. And it was made through a scholarship organization, but directed based on a parent's decision, not based on the state's decision to fund a school district with an adequacy payment. So I do have opinions, verbal opinions, from New Hampshire tax experts as to that leading people to believe this would be incorrect, certainly unethical, and then of course from a federal, and now we're talking from the state of New Hampshire standpoint, federal tax liability. You really have to wonder why Senator Cruz has introduced now 3 times in the U.S. Senate bills to make distributions under it's called the Education Freedom Scholarship and Opportunity Act, distributions made under such programs at states free from federal tax liabilities, and this bill has failed every time. So I think there's something out there. May not know it for sure. I don't know why we lead people to believe that they would not have a potential for tax liability. The language in 194F doesn't mean that they don't have a federal tax liability, and it doesn't mean that they do have a federal tax liability. But it's certainly misleading, and that's the only reason why 1283 exists, is just to make sure that we're not misleading Granite Staters. But I could certainly see you might want to have a warning label on the voucher program saying distributions may be taxable. So thanks.
Okay, I've got a question. Whereas the Pell Grants on the federal level have certain qualified expenses which are tax exempt, i.e. textbooks, fees, tuition, computer technology, etc.
Nope, computer technology is not actually deductible.
Well,
people might be deducting it,
I
but
think
it's not.
a lot of people are doing that now, seeing that it's treated the same way as a textbook for many people now. So, but subtract that out of it then. There's other aspects to that which are tax exempt in relation to the Pell Grants. Now, if that happens for the higher education, why then would it not occur for K through 12?
Yeah, so thanks very much for the question, and I'm trying to find the IRS bulletin, but it's called IRS Bulletin 970. I'm just bringing it up. And it says tax benefits for education. I've got the 2020 version right here, publication 970, and it goes through each of the things which are considered taxable or non-taxable under IRS by the IRS, and it does talk about education savings accounts. So if we go over to that page. And it says ESAs at a glance.
Are you talking to 529s?
No, I'm not talking 529s. I'm talking about education savings accounts, and let's see. And it's interesting here because it does say that certain expenses, like qualified education expenses, generally these are expenses required for the enrollment or attendance of the designated beneficiary at an eligible educational institution. So, eligible education institution. The expense can be either qualified higher education expenses or qualified elementary and secondary education expenses. And then when you look at qualified eligible institution, an eligible educational institution can be either an eligible post-secondary school or an eligible elementary or secondary school. So there's lots of things in the voucher program that are beyond the definition of elementary or secondary schools. And at least according to publication 970, those would not be tax deductible expenses. And so I think there's a clear murkiness to what can be deducted and what can't be deducted. And I just wouldn't want the program to be misleading EFA students and their families that these distributions are tax deductible. They might, you know, if we had a state tax, you could make it deductible from New Hampshire taxes. But we really don't have that jurisdiction when it comes to federal tax. And this is just a transparency thing.
Further discussion, Representative Leckes.
Can you read that first section again? Because my understanding of what you said was it is for the things necessary for taking part in those programs, and then the second part was those programs. And wouldn't the things necessary be all those things like computers and papers and pencils and books and all that kind of stuff?
So I didn't get into that. You can take a look at the Pell section on here, which excludes certain materials like computers. But the whole bulletin is 95 pages long. So, I'm not an expert on the bulletin. I just looked at the part that talked about education savings account, and I think it raised enough questions in my mind to a tax attorney's mind that said, you know what, you might want to revisit this line in 194F and just not mislead people. Leaving it in doesn't change anybody's. So killing this bill doesn't change anybody's tax liability. Passing this bill doesn't change anybody's tax liability. It's just a transparency issue. Just try not to mislead people. But and I'm not asking for everybody to weigh in on this. People can do whatever they want on it, and but I think it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Porter.
Just being a parental brag here, but my daughter attended Cornell on a National Science Foundation grant in graduate school. She got her doctorate in geochemistry, just so that you know that. And she did have to pay taxes on that grant. She had to figure out every year how much taxes and set it aside. So when she did her federal taxes, she had the money. So just, there's different rules for different areas. And it would be unfortunate if someone thought that they didn't know any taxes and then got audited and find out they did afterwards. It's not a pleasant position to be in, so. But I'm so proud of her.
Well, congratulations on Cornell.
She won't let me call her Dr. Porter, but I do anyway.
Good job. Further discussion. Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
House Bill 1283, this is relative to liability as taxable income of education freedom accounts. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakes?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Porter?
No.
Representative Wall?
No.
Oh, sorry, it's lunchtime. Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
ITL passes 10 to 9.
Okay. Yeah, it is lunchtime, and I think we're going to take a break and get lunch in us. How much time do you need? An hour? Okay, so 1 o'clock, we'll come back. Yeah, and we're going to be caucusing in here, so you could go upstairs and caucus or wherever you go.
Excuse
So-
me. Oh, me too.
Pardon me? Yeah.
If we complete the list that we have today, that you have down, will we have to meet next week?
If we can get through the list that we have today, I don't want to have to schedule for it. If we had to come back, it'd be a result of the storm coming in on Friday. But that would not have to be posted. All we need is 24 hours when you have a storm come in. And so we would have to meet, if that storm comes, we will have to meet next week. Chances are, if we have to meet next week, it would have to be like the Monday or the Friday. I've got this annual trustee for the meeting for the higher education in the middle of the week here, and it's all at Keene State. And so I won't be here, and I know there's several others that have plans for Tuesday. So it'd have to be, and I'm Wednesday, Thursday, so it'd have to be the Friday or the Monday. Representative Porter? Yes, we do. We have a busy, now, unless we can pick up some of the stuff, and that's what we're going to try to do. But we also have one on Friday this week as well. Yeah. Representative Woodcock, I couldn't hear you, and that's great.
Oh, right. What I said was we got some OTPs, it'll be quicker.
Yes, yes. Okay, let's go get lunch.
Excuse me, Chairman Ladd, may I just ask on the 1283, will there be a minority report and who is doing it?
Yes, Representative Luna will do that.
Okay, thank you.
$11.52, yeah.
Mary Jane and I have a caucus for finance at 4:30 this afternoon, which I
Yeah.
set for 4:30 because I thought we
Yeah.
You got to turn on.
I pressed the wrong button. There's two buttons on this mic. Okay, we open the hearing now after lunch on 1355, and I recognize Glenn Cordelli, Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would move ITL on House Bill 1355.
Do we have a second? Recognize Representative Hobson.
Excuse me, I'll second.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli, you want to speak on your motion?
Yes, thank you. My concern on this is that this undermines the EFA rules that were just passed Friday by Joe Carr. The rules went through a series of modifications and discussions with Joe Carr, and the final rules include the terms intentional and substantial and have definitions for both. Definition for intentional is willful and knowledgeable, and the definition for substantial is $250. So passing this would just undermine all the work that was done and on the final rules and require new rules to be developed.
Representative Hobson, anything to add? Thank you. Anybody?
Yeah,
Representative Luna?
Yeah, absolutely. We do have an amendment, 1355, that I think is consistent with what we talked about during the hearing on this bill. It does take out the word intentional, which doesn't mean the rules have to change. They can still leave that definition in there, but the law would only require substantial misuse of EFA funds to be reported to the Attorney General for investigation. And I think I would support introducing the amendment and moving forward with that.
Well, we can't introduce the amendment until unless the ITL fails, and for another motion. Anybody else speak? Where'd Rick go?
He went to call Smith, so, we'll probably wait for the chairman to return. from
Right,
executive.
yeah.
I think we got to keep going right through it. We're here. We're all here.
No, we're not.
Not all.
No, but we're here. We're here.
I'd like to get more detail on this, please. Could somebody explain?
Yeah, Mr. Representative Cordelli, Representative Nelson.
Your question, Representative?
Could you explain this a little further, because I'm new to this? I would appreciate it.
Right. The legislation currently calls for intentional and substantial misuse of funds to be reported to the Attorney General's office for investigation. The rules that were developed by the department with input from Joe Carr and others left in those words and defined intentional as knowingly and willfully, and substantial as meaning $250 or more. So I think that passing this legislation would undermine the rules that were just developed.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cordelli, I'm not familiar with the complete rules. Can you tell me if the rule would require these cases to be referred to the Attorney General for investigation?
I believe that's in the original legislation.
Isn't the original legislation the bill that's before, the law that's before us? That says may, not shall?
Oh, that is correct.
So it doesn't require it in the original legislation. It's only in this amendment that would, or this bill that would require.
I believe it's also in the contract between the department and the scholarship organization.
Is it in the
Right.
contract as a may or a shall?
I believe it's a shall.
Ken, is there a way to confirm that instead of I believe?
I will attempt to endeavor to do that.
Well, that is going on. Well, you can do that and check on that online. Why don't I recess this for, and, yeah, no, I mean, just to move on to the next bill. So, for a few minutes, and we'll move on to 13, what was that, 76? I didn't bring my glasses with me. 1376, and I recognize Representative Hobson for a motion. Thank you. This is Education Freedom Account Program by students with disabilities.
I will make the motion to ITL.
And, yeah, and Representative Moffett, you have a second? Thank you. Representative Hobson, you want to speak on your motion?
I don't have an explanation for that, I'm sorry. Rep. Cordelli, might you?
You want to speak?
Sure, if I might. I think that there are several issues with this. One, all participants in the EFA program with disabilities are not going to be placed by their parents in a private facility, which is indicated here on lines 4 and 5 with the parental placement under IDEA. There'll be parents who are providing for their
Excuse me?
children.
The bill was replaced with an amendment?
We're
During
dealing
the
with the,
hearing?
right, we're dealing with the bill as originally installed now, as originally presented.
I put the amendment out during the hearing, though.
Right, right,
Amendment
but
can-
we
The
bring,
amendment can only be brought forward if it's an OTP.
The amendment
Recommendation.
replaced the bill during the hearing, though. That doesn't matter?
No.
during the hearing,
Yeah,
No, but
I
it's
gave it
still-
out during the hearing.
But it's- you have,
was,
Yeah,
Yeah.
the amendment is 0439H. Representative Cornell handed it out during the hearing and spoke to it during the hearing.
I
And,
spoke to the amendment,
yeah,
not to the
yeah,
original bill during the hearing.
The process still has to be ought to pass, introduce the amendment, ought to pass the amendment, and then ought to pass as amended.
right.
So not disputing the process.
Right.
But I think in fairness here, I hope representatives are looking at the amendment, because the amendment specifically is a technical correction to make sure that it's specifying the proper code for IDEA. And it's not about whether or not students with disabilities are going to facilities. It's about the fact that the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 USC, which is the IDEA code. So just being in an EFA program is considered a parental placement. And that is absolutely fact. In fact, that's in current law. Yeah, that's in current law, right? The EFA program is parental placement under 20 USC. So it calls out the correct part of the code and makes it very clear in both the bill, actually in the amendment, about what parents and students' rights are under IDEA. I mean,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
this isn't a policy change.
Representative Hobson?
I'm sorry, I am remembering now. I think that am I right in that your intention with this amendment was that children or students who participate in education freedom accounts would waive their special education? No? Okay.
No.
They've
The,
already done
the
it.
intention is that parentally placed students, the parents will receive a notice that if they are parentally placing their students, they waive their right to a free and appropriate education.
That's
That's
federal law.
Representative Porter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, this has happened a couple of times, and I'm wondering if the ITL motion might be withdrawn, so an OTP motion can go forward, so that we can vote on the amendment, and if the amendment is voted down, then go to ITL. But I think it's only fair, because Representative Cornell did bring in the amendment. It addressed some major issues, and it's a really important thing for parents to know.
Right. I sort of agree, but the point is, hey, good.
Did somebody second the ITL?
Yes. Okay. Here are we. Okay, we couldn't, we were ready to take the vote on 1355, but we couldn't because you weren't here. So I moved on to 1376, and we're issuing that now because Representative Cornell spoke on the amendment on that, and so we did an ITL, but should it be an OTP with the amendment? Then if that fails, we can ITL. So back, and I see your notes here, Rick, so I don't know what they meant, so.
That's not good cursive.
So,
It's already an existing law that the EFA program is a parental placement. This calls out the correct chapter in IDEA, and then it says exactly what parents and students, what their rights would be under IDEA. This is more than housekeeping. It doesn't change the policy, but it certainly makes it abundantly clear.
Get lunch
If-
off the table here.
And it is my fault. I was not on the ball. I apologize.
And
If I
Mr.
might, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Also object to the word waive of their rights.
But they do.
That, if I could, thank you. Waiving means something different to me. They are no longer covered in under IEDEA, but at any point in time, they can go back to their public school and be covered by IDEA. They're not giving up any rights.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
What
So
you
that's
said
why,
there is correct.
right. And so I do not think the term waive is proper in this case as to what actually happens.
They no longer have rights under IDEA while participating in the EFA program.
They're not waiving their rights, they're just no longer covered.
Right.
Because they can go back at any point.
To a public school.
Right,
and
yes.
have those rights. Yeah.
Isn't that what waive means? I recognize that I am not going to have these rights while I'm here at this school. I'm waiving them while I'm here at this school.
I'm sorry, it means something different to me. We had this argument 4 or 5 years ago when we had a EFA bill for special needs children. And this was the subject of quite a bit of debate at that time as well.
I have some additional information. First, on the last bill is that the contract says shall. So that was a question, does it say shall or may? That's the last bill. It says shall. But as far as this, EFAs are not always parental placements. And that's the information I just got. And that the rules themselves clarify that. So we're assuming, this is stating that it is, and apparently it's not always a parental placement.
Yes, Representative Tanner?
So, Representative Lucas, when you said not all students are a placement, do you mean whether they have a disability or not? I mean, who are all the students that you're talking about?
The scholarship organization is listening to our hearing and trying to answer questions for us when they come up. And so her response is, EFA is not always a parental placement. I'm not sure. All I have is the information I just got sent.
I don't get that.
And she said the rules clarify that.
So, I mean,
If I could, I have the rules in front of me. Participation in the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 U.S.C. 1412, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, if a child with a disability is enrolled in a non-public school. A child with a disability participating in an EFA program and enrolled in a public school is covered under 194F2, 2D, is not a parental placement and is entitled to FAPE. Parentally placed students with disabilities shall not be entitled to FAPE in connection with their enrollment by their parents in a private school.
Okay.
In anything other than a public school.
So isn't everybody in agreement with what you just said?
No, because the law here, the bill that we're looking at, says in a public or private elementary or secondary school is a parental placement, except if they're in a public school, they're not a parental placement.
Yeah, right. I believe that there was a misstatement, mischaracterization in the original legislation that is repeated in this legislation, but was corrected in rules.
Right.
But I don't think the rules are, read that last part of the rules, Glenn.
Sure. Starting from the top. Participation in the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 U.S.C. 1412 IDEA if a child with a disability is enrolled in a non-public school. A child with a disability participating in an EFA program and enrolled in a public school, which is possible, out of district placement, is under 194 F2 colon F:2 Roman 2D is not a parental placement under IDEA and shall be entitled to FAPE. The parentally placed in a private school with disabilities shall not be entitled to FAPE in connection with their enrollment by their parents in a private school in accordance with 34 FCR, etc., while participating in the state-funded EFA program. The school district in which the child with a disability participating in an EFA program is enrolled in a public school under 194 is responsible for provision of FAPE. So in the rules, it's also covering, which is not covered here, the instance where a EFA student could be placed in an out-of-district public school. And it's making the distinction that they are still covered by FAPE under that, and under IDEA, whereas if they are placed in a private school, a non-public school, they are no longer covered by IDEA. And I much prefer non-covered to waive as a sidebar.
Because waive means give up your rights, and you still retain the rights, but you don't have them in this case. It is two different.
Waive means to defer by definition. Doesn't say give up. Waive means defer.
It's not in the, Mr. Chair, it's not, I don't see the word waive in the amendment.
Yeah, it is, on the last line.
Oh, okay.
What were you reading right there?
This is from the adopted rule, February 18th.
Okay, Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the rules, I think if I'm understanding the amended bill, the intent is to make sure parents understand that they will not be eligible for special ed services under certain conditions if they have an EFA. In the rules, Representative Cordelli, that you just read, is there anything in the rules that requires notification to the parent that they may be giving up their rights to special ed services while they are participating in the program?
It's under a section called "The application shall contain the following," and what I read was under notice as follows. Read it again. Participation in the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 USC 1412 IDEA if a child with a disability is enrolled in a non-public school. A child with a disability participating in an EFA program and enrolled in a public school under 194 F2 Roman D2 is not a parental placement under IDEA and shall be entitled to FAPE. And then it basically repeats the same thing.
Where is that placed? On the application to be part of an EFA program? When a parent is
Yes,
applying?
it's under a section 805 of the rules,
Yes, but
application and enrollment. And this is under 805.01, application development agreement and notification requirements.
so that's stated on the application that the parent is filling out to enroll their child in a program.
Representative let's go to Representative Cornell right now.
The intent of this was simply to make parents aware that they may be giving up their rights, or that they are giving their rights to a special education under IDEA if they parentally place a child in private education. And we want parents to know what they are signing up for so that they can make the best decisions before they place their child in a placement and then find out that they're not going to get.
I get that. So is it possible that this wording that's in this 0439H amendment could be reworked a little bit at the bottom to adjust to some of that, what?
I don't mind the word waive, because they are waiving that right while they are in the placement.
Yeah, but we could do that.
I can do it, yeah,
Yeah, there are some issues between public and privates here.
okay.
There's a little difference there, and that's what you might want to work on. I think we can arrive
I'll
at that
fix it.
common ground.
I'll fix it.
Would you do that between the three of you, please, here? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
This is an exec session, not a hearing, and I thought when we wanted the public to give us some information or someone, we asked for it, and Rep. Lakes seems to be getting information constantly.
Because I've asked for it. Because when people say, I don't know the answer to that, then I ask so that I can reply, so that we can have the answer. So if you say, if somebody asks the question and the answer is, I don't know the answer to that, then I've been asking. And you even asked specifically for the answer to one of those, and I asked and got the answer.
I've just never seen this before.
The issue that you address would be very relevant if we were conducting a hearing. I've been at hearings with Northern Pass, and Representative Rappaport and I were sitting there and listening to and seeing questions being delivered to the committee hearing the bill from the audience in Rep Hall, which was not really the way it should work. In Rep Hall, if you're there at a hearing, you should stand up and testify, but then you shouldn't have the ability to act like a person sitting on that committee by delivering questions for a committee member to ask a person who's testifying. That's not the way it works. But in an executive session, we have folks here now where we're using our computers so we can go check any. I think I see a lot of us doing that, and using the phone is, pretty similar.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So just getting back to business here on 439H, if an amendment was to come forward that addressed line 13, that took out the words that such students possess and waive, and just leaves the rest, would that?
I think it's already covered in the final rules, so I would still be in favor of the ITL.
Because it's on the application.
Well, let's just make sure that, I mean, this is an important thing. This is like a warning label. And if we just, if the new language in the amendment read, starting on line 11, the scholarship organization shall provide parents of students with disabilities who are not enrolled in a private elementary or secondary school of an explanation of rights under IDEA and any applicable state laws.
You took out waive.
What's that?
Yeah.
Took out that such students possess and waive. Took out the first.
What about on line 10?
There's nothing changed on line 10.
Possess and waive?
That's possess and waive.
Because he doesn't like waive.
Suspend, can we use suspend, defer?
If you could work on it,
Defer.
bring it back. Because we can't act on anything right now.
But
in
I
writing.
have been notified that, yes, it is on the application. So yes, the parents are getting that. So your intent of the bill is already being fulfilled.
Representative Moffett?
So we'll work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that it is our job as legislators to be making, I'm hearing, the intent of this measure is to quote, make parents aware, or Representative Lino just said, use the term warning label. Is it our job to put warning labels on statutes? I think there's a need for personal responsibility on the part of parents, and I think there's some good points about parents need to know what they're getting into, what they may be losing. But I just am trying to get my head around us putting warning labels on legislation.
Sorry, and she also said they already updated the parent
Representative
handbook to contain the required notice yesterday. So it's
Representative
already.
Waltz?
Thank you. I just want to respond to the last comment, and that is, I started my career litigating cases, special ed cases, all over the country in all 50 states. I can assure you, and the laws have done nothing but get more complicated since then. I can assure you, most parents of special ed kids are very confused by what's before them, what their rights are, what they aren't, what's the best approach for their kids. It's just overwhelming for them. And I think anything we can do that helps clarify for them what they're doing, what they're waiving, what they're getting, both sides, what they're giving up and what they're getting for their child is something that we should be doing. It is our responsibility to make it clear to those parents. And yes, there should be some parental responsibility, but I can assure you, every parent of a special ed student I have ever seen is out there struggling to understand it, struggling to find the best for their child, and just trying to sort it out. And it's really complicated, it's really hard. And that's why I would support something like this, if we get the wording right, because I think we owe that to the parents.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you. I agree. I'm sure that it's daunting and it's very complicated and it gets emotional. My question is, with all the resources that are out there to provide guidance to parents in areas like this, I'm just questioning, is it our job to put into this big, thick yellow book a new law with a warning label to make parents aware? I agree, and I think they deserve counsel and help, and I think it's out there in many places other than us making a law.
May I respond?
Yes, go ahead. Then Representative Cordelli and then Representative Mullen.
I think that's part of our role, is to try and make this easier for them. And I have no problem with putting it into the RSAs. I have no problem with putting that in statute. That this is just one more thing we're going to help them, because they are reading this stuff and they are not understanding it. Try as they might. They're not lawyers. They're not educators. They are not understanding it. And again, anything we can do to make it easier for them so they understand the implications of what they're doing, I do think that is our responsibility. And I have no problem, I mean, we're talking about one more sentence in the RSAs. I mean, you know, we're talking about a huge chapter, that's another story. We're talking one sentence.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would just point to the webpage under the Scholarship Fund for Education Freedom Accounts. And in this section, there is a parent handbook, frequently asked questions, provider handbook, education provider sign-up, list of providers, CSF policies, and a withdrawal form from the program. And, you know, if anyone's interested, this list of providers is 5 pages long.
What's it say about special rights under IDA?
I am not sure. I haven't looked at. And in addition, there's a link to the Class Wallet Marketplace for for providers integrated with the Class Wallet Marketplace.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that this information may be on the application form, and that parents who are very interested in the EFA program are likely to be the people that are looking at that application because they want to get involved. My concern is with parents that are exploring the program sort of from the bottom up, if you will, not knowing anything about the program. Because I can tell you, the Ed 800 rules do not appear on the DOE website under Ed 800. I have been searching for EFA information on and off for the past year and have inquired many times about why the rules were in Ed 300 and when they were, and I was told they were going to be transferred to Ed 800, why they weren't in Ed 800, and they're not in Ed 800 does not appear on the DOE website today. So the idea, Representative Moffett, to get back to your point, that this information is so easily and readily available, I haven't been able to find easy answers to the questions. So again, anything we can do to assist parents at knowing what the rules and regs are, I'm all for it.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis.
The rules couldn't have been up earlier because they just got passed on Friday and they just went up on Monday. So you might want to look again because
Yeah, the preliminary and temporary rules were yeah.
But at any rate, it is now the information that's in this, as Representative Cordelli just was naming the various sections. There is the Parents Handbook, and it is now in there. It went in yesterday. The information that you guys are looking for here is in the Parents Handbook. It went in yesterday. It's in rules, it's on the application, and it's now in the Parents Handbook, so it's there.
Further discussion? Okay, I'd still like to see amending language come forward. So we're not going to take action on this at this time, and I'm not going to have any more discussion on this bill at this time.
There's a motion on the floor, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and we don't have to act on that motion until I'm ready to act on that motion.
That can wait. That can wait.
That is, I've done that many a time here previously, about 6 years ago.
Yeah,
Very good, Ralph.
yeah. And what we did on 11/14. Yeah. So our
Okay,
postponed
so
action
where did I miss something here? 11:14? Oh, 13.
1355.
Okay, so where were we on 1355, Mr. Bohm? Okay. And the motion was what, ITL? ITL made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Hobson? Okay, and it's about what? 13, requiring the scholarship organization to refer suspected cases of fraud, misuse of fraud in, okay. So, are we ready for the vote on that?
If I could just
Yep.
One additional thing, in the final rules, within 5 days, suspected cases of intentional and substantial misuse of EA funds shall be reported by the scholarship organization to the department, the board, the attorney general, and for cases exceeding the amount of a Class B felony, local law or state law enforcement agency.
That goes farther than the bill itself right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so any further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? 1355.
House Bill 1355, requiring the scholarship organization to refer suspected cases of misuse of funds or fraud in the Education Freedom Account program to the Attorney General. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL carries 10 to 9.
Okay, we're going down to 16, who would be doing the? Okay. Okay. 1637, requiring parents of public school students to submit a survey when electing an education freedom account. Representative Litchfield. You ready for that, or do you want somebody else to do it?
I am. I make the motion ITL.
And Representative Hobbs? Thank you. Do you care to speak on that?
Yes. The prime sponsor spoke to this actually the day that he gave testimony. He himself had stated, I quote, "Maybe this bill is not ready for prime time." Some of the concerns within this bill regarding the survey is it does not state anonymous. Parents may not be comfortable filling out the survey, especially if they have other children currently in the district that they have left. There were concerns with this bill that it states this survey is conditional upon receiving EFA funds. And finally, the Children's Scholarship Fund, the representative mentioned that they already do this and it is anonymous and public. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll make an additional comment that currently the Children's Scholarship Fund is collecting that information, and as written, this bill is a condition of enrollment, as pointed out by Matt Southerton from Children's Scholarship Fund.
Is there further discussion from the committee on this bill? The motion was ITL, or is ITL. Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, regarding House Bill 1637, requiring parents of public school students to submit a survey when electing an education freedom account. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Wallner?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Porter, Representative Hall,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 19-0.
Any objections to consent? Good, we got one. Okay, HB 1649 is next. Relative to unique pupil identification for pupils in the Education Freedom Account Program. 1649. Representative Cordelli, recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I would move ITL.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the table for 1649. It's ITL. The motion was made by Representative Cordelli and seconded by Representative Tanner. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I believe we passed a similar bill, 1620 or something along those lines. And most of that is duplicated in this bill. I think the one new paragraph in this bill that's not in the other at the bottom contains some things that might be difficult for the scholarship organization because it would require access to the state student level data system, which they do not have access to.
Representative Tanner, do you have anything to add, please?
Yes, the other bill was HB 1626. And yes, I think we covered it with Attorney Fenton on the other one, what was needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from committee members? Not seeing any? Madam Clerk?
This is House Bill 1649, relative to unique pupil identification for pupils in the Education Freedom Account Program. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Wallner?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
The motion of ITL passes 19-0.
Any problems with consent? Not seeing any? Great. We'll put that one on consent. Next bill is 1669, an act requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account Program. Okay, turn to 16. Representative Moffett, do you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Chair. I would move ITL on this.
And Representative Lakis?
I second.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Briefly, this bill changes the administration of the EFA program from the scholarship organizations to DOE. And to me, it seems to presuppose that DOE would be the better administrator. And again, as the EFA program is in its first year, the first part of its first year, I think it's too early to pass judgment on the efficacy of the scholarship organization's program management. And further, the bill's fiscal note cited an indeterminate expense for DOE to assume such management of the EFA program. So, and DOE presently does not have the staff to administer the EFA program. So a measure such as this would make more sense to consider later on after at least a year of EFA administration by the scholarship organization.
Thank you very much. The maker of the second, is there any discussion on this?
Just that I have in my notes that while the maximum that can be spent for administering it is 10% by the scholarship organization, I have greater than 12.5% for administrators for public school districts, just as a comparison, so.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
So I'm sure this is a question that there are going to be people happy to answer for me. I'm seeming to remember way back when we first passed the education tax credit program, but I don't remember how the scholarship granting organization was chosen. Was there a bidding? Did we send out bids and ask for applications and then choose one? And is that the same organization, I think, is the same organization that's dealing with the EFA accounts? So I'm sure that Representative Cordelli is going to be very happy to answer that for me. Thank
Okay,
you.
Representative Cordelli, can you answer the question whether any
I,
requests for
I would be
proposals?
delighted. You know, my recollection and understanding is that there is an application process through the Department of Revenue Administration for any organization that wants to manage a scholarship program.
And is the only applicant the one that's we are using?
There is a second, but I believe that that program is also managed by the CSF for them. And if I could, just in relation to the EFA program, the rules clarify the intent of the bill in that there can be multiple scholarship organizations administering EFAs, and that to get the program up and running, since this program, excuse me, this CSF was in operation already with this with the tax credit scholarship program, there was a sole source contract with them, but the intent is to provide for multiple organizations.
Can I have one more follow-up? So, if I'm understanding you correctly, it's possible that other scholarship granting organizations might step forward as wanting to administer or partially administer that program. Many of the suggestions that we've made concerning putting into statute requirements like having background checks and things that are on applications and those kinds of things, we've gotten the answer that's all spelled out in the contract. So if another organization was going to come forward, would that contract that they have be the same kind of contract that we have?
I
With
would
this-
expect.
But there's no guarantee.
I don't know. I haven't talked to the department about that, but maybe you have some ideas for future plans?
No, thank you. I just wanted to know, to make sure that we opened it up to people other than just this one organization that seems now to be the one that we're contracted with and deferring to when rules and regulations are concerned.
Thank you. Further discussion from the committee. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I think this is an important bill. I think that the writing is kind of on the wall with the unique pupil identifier number. The reason I put my bill in, and obviously it came from Representative Cordelli almost at the same time, was recognition that the Department of Education had to have some way to track these kids, to find out where they're going, what's happening when they leave the program, when they age out of the program. And we talked about background checks, and the background checks are going to have to go through the Department of Education. The scholarship organization, as much as we're saying, this is a new program, this is a program that's developed in a bunch of other states in the United States. It's not unique to New Hampshire, although there are parts of it that are unique to it. And the scholarship organization is not a new organization, just start up in New Hampshire. it's a national organization with headquarters in New York City. So and the scholarship organization runs a lot of programs in the other states as well. So, and then we heard this morning, actually, that they had, it isn't just the two people on the scholarship organization in New Hampshire, that the National Scholarship Organization has quite a deep resource of information and ability to print, to advertise, to get materials, whatever. So I think the overriding thing is that we've got a Department of Education. They, obviously, every time we ask for things, they don't have enough staff. And we're a policy committee, not the finance committee. If they need more finances, they need more people, the Department of Education needs to go before finance. Shouldn't be, I think, our issue. Our issue is there should be some centralized area, and as I said, this unique pupil identifier and the fact that we're looking at how to set up background checks and that sort of thing, or all have to go through the Department of Education. And so if they have to go through there, it makes sense to me that the administration for this program, that there should be a part in the DOE that's administration of this program. And that's why I would vote against the ITL. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further, Representative Hobson?
I'm sorry, I just would like to ask a clarifying question. It seems to me that we've had plenty of bills go through looking for a position at the DOE to help administer the EFA program. Did we in fact take that vote already? I have not seen the rules that came out of JELCAR, so I don't know what exists yet. That's still in process then?
It passed.
It goes over to the Senate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Further discussion, Representative Woodcock, then Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I'm surprised, this is a pretty bipartisan bill, but I'm surprised that we would take a program that is going to continue to increase, I would say, at least in the short term. And we know we're paying a 10% fee to a private organization, as Representative Porter alluded. On marginal numbers, that means right now it's $720,000 we're paying them to process the paper. And we have the opportunity to bring this back in-house for a lot less than $720,000, and then continue to have oversight on that as we go on. Now, I just think it makes a lot of taxpayer sense in this case, and transparency, and with DOE going to have the opportunity multiple times and need some data from them and vice versa, well, we're housing criminal background checks, we're housing other important aspects of education of youngsters in New Hampshire, in which this is. I mean, you have 10%, you have 1,800 kids in this program already climbing, which is terrific for some respects. But it should be handled inside by our people, not by a small organization out of New York City. It's making $720,000 to start. You're giving it away annually. Giving it away. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Hobson?
Sorry, just pivoting on Rep. Woodcock's idea or comments. Wouldn't we pay, don't other agencies use contractors, and is 10% common, or, on a total program basis? Maybe
You're asking me or
DHHS?
Representative Ladd?
Anyone who might have an answer.
I would defer to the senior member. That'd be you, Representative Ladd.
Thank you for the real positive note there, the senior member. I hope that doesn't mean more white hair or less
Well, I
hair.
meant on the Republican side.
Okay, thank you. We do contract a number of services over there. Professional development by way of ESSA is contracted out. And that's a very important aspect of education here, getting our staff all trained in certain topics. So, yeah, contracting services to third parties is very typical throughout all the states in the country.
Follow up, I would concur with you as a senior member. I wouldn't change that. But that being said, that doesn't negate the fact that this contract of 720,000 or more, let's just
Round
right
it
now.
off, $800,000.
Yeah, $800,000 in climbing, can be done in-house, and we have the control of it. The ESSA grants, the professional development grants, you bring in resource people. This is something this is not, ultra difficult. This is a organizational piece. You have every expert you could possibly think of in DOE right there on your resource. This is just, in 10 years, that's $7 million of fees you paid for no reason. They have it right there. It's not gonna cost, and they have the control. That's all. I'm not suggesting it's not gonna cost money. It's gonna cost money to know how you do it. I just think it's better to have it in-house so we can control it ourselves and have all the data we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I just point out in terms of startup costs, the class wallet system that is used to track expenses is a very expensive piece of software and is now being used by anyone who wants to develop such a program. Arizona, the first education savings account state, had problems off the bat for the first 6 years or so because they were trying to do a paper system, not an automated system, and it was a reimbursement system to the families, and they did have some problems that were found in audits due to the fact, and they are now moving to implement the class wallet system. So anyone implementing such a program, such as Children's Scholarship Fund that has done this, is now contracting with Class Wallet or a similar system because you need that electronic capability to track those expenses and make sure the expenses that are submitted are valid, even though it then goes through a manual check in addition to that.
Thank you. Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Woodcock really got my attention, extrapolating that's 800,000 out to 7 million over time. And I think that's a very good point. It gets my attention. But I do need to say that, as I said in my initial remarks, the program is in its infancy. And I note that the effective date is July 1st, 2022. That's almost here. I mean, we're almost into March, and this bill's still in committee. So I think it would be good for us to, especially if the CFA position ends up with DOE. I think that's something we should look at. But this particular bill is just not going to work in the short term before July 1st, 2022.
Yeah, Representative Lekes, and then Representative Woodcock.
Since when has it been cheaper? You guys were talking about money, cheaper for a government to do something than a private organization. And there are 5 staff people currently in New Hampshire to deal with this, plus the wallet, plus other things. I mean, they're doing well to keep the money down to what they're keeping it down to. And if you wanted, I mean, the Department of Education would have to hire at least those 5 people plus. And my understanding is they don't want this. The DOE.
Representative what?
Representative Woodcock.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of things we pass in here DOE doesn't want. Representative Lakers happens on a regular basis for things they do want. But that being said, if I recall on Representative Cordelli's comment, when this program first came in, they weren't talking wallet. They were talking, when we first started, they were talking paper. I agree with you 100%, Glenn, that wallet is the way to go, or some facsimile thereof. And it took Arizona 6 years to figure out. But when we started, they were still talking paper. But that did not negate the fact that no matter what IT system that DOT would use, it would be our system. And I understand it's going to be costly. Any other program is in the computer today. But it's still our money, our control, our taxes. And I can't help but think the possible future of this program and the connections with DOE right there, all the stuff, the data they could get, it'd be perfect. The transparency, everything. In the end, it's going to cost a whole lot less. That's all. It's not going to change the program. We're not trying to wipe out the program. We're trying to say, if you wanted an EFA program here, let's run it our way. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Not seeing. Well, you can take it first to legislative oversight, and then they can do it. Yeah. Okay, not seeing any further hands on this one, we will call the issue, Madam Clerk.
This is regarding House Bill 1669, requiring the DOE to administer the Education Freedom Account Program. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Porter?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 10-9.
Is Mr. Woodcock going to do the minority report?
He's not the senior Democrat, I'll tell you that.
No, you want to take it?
Be happy to, sir.
Okay. Okay. All righty, going on to the next one, 1670. Nice thing about this, they're all sequential, and you don't have to turn many pages. Relative to funds of the Education Freedom Account Program after termination of a student's participation and responsibilities of the scholarship organization. And I look to Representative Hobson for a motion.
This time Representative Hobson is prepared. I make a motion to ITL.
And Representative Moffett.
I am prepared to second that.
Thank you. Representative Hobson, do you have any remarks?
Yes, I wanted to just motion this bill to ITL. The withdrawal process has been clarified in rules. We also have an oversight committee for education freedom accounts. And as was stated earlier, we are forwarding legislation to provide the DOE with some administrative help at the DOE. So I don't believe that this legislation is necessary.
Further discussion from the second?
What she said, yes.
Ditto. Okay, from the committee, any further? Yes, Representative Luno.
So, Mr. Chair, so based on discussion that happened during the bill's introduction and hearing, we did prepare an amendment to 1670 that addressed the chair's concern on page 2 at line 14 to change 5 business days to 10 business days. I do not believe the rules go as far as 1670 as amended do in managing the requirements of the program following termination, and like I say, it's very important, at least with respect to the chair's suggestion to move from as quickly as possible to within 10 business days for notification that an education service provider is no longer eligible to receive funds. We feel as that's pretty important, and as is the entire bill. So I would be happy to give the chair a copy of the amendment, and should the chair feel that the amendment is worth considering for the whole committee, I've got copies for everybody. But that's I think I've sort of.
Do you have a copy for the clerk?
I do.
Yeah.
We'll just pass it around.
So basically, this changes that one from 5 to 10.
Correct.
Okay. So is there any further discussion on this bill? Not seeing any.
If I might,
Yes.
I would just point in rules, it does say 5 days as well.
Okay, any further discussion? It's coming around. Does everybody have a copy of this? So, is there any further discussion on the bill 1670? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
House Bill 1670, relative to funds of the Education Freedom Account Program after termination of a student's participation and responsibilities of the scholarship organization. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Nelson. Representative Luno.
No.
Oops. Representative Waltz.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL carries 10 to 9.
Representative Ladd, over here?
Yeah.
Could I just give the committee some information about withdrawal from the program that they might be able to use? Going, just very quickly? There is a
Oh, just hold on a
Okay.
second. Who's going to be doing the minority report on this? I will. Okay, that's. Okay. OTP. Okay, you're not going OTPA. Okay, OTP, yeah, that's what it should be. Okay. Just put it in a folder and we never acted upon it, so it's like it never existed. Representative Hobson.
I just found out some information, and I just thought the committee would want to know. There is a withdrawal form that people fill out when they're going to exit the program. I can forward a copy to anybody who wants it. Also, if the account has been open for more than a year, the family is welcome to spend down that money, or they can forfeit it, and it'll go back to the state. So I just wanted you to know that.
Yes, Representative Luno.
So just a question of that, the family is welcome to spend down that money on what? Okay, well, just welcome, just the phrase, welcome to spend down that money.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just trying
Sounds like,
to.
I can use it to put in a down payment on a used Tesla, which I'm sure some of these vouchers are being used for.
Okay, Mr. Luno. That's not where I was going with that.
Or maybe a Porsche Pan Am.
Or maybe just dog food, huh? Okay. Well, get it in within the realm, you know. Okay, HB 1672, relative to misuse of education freedom account funds, 1672. Representative Lekis, you're recognized for a motion.
I move ITL.
Okay, and Representative Cordelli, do you want to second it? Representative Lekis, would you like to speak to your motion?
I sure would, thank you.
You're welcome.
This bill has a plethora of problems. I won't find everyone, but let's see. The termination of the EFA and the transfer of any remaining funds back to the Education Trust Fund. That doesn't allow for current transactions, as we spoke about before. Some of these things take a while to order, and if the parent is already on the hook for it, and it is coming but not arrived yet, that money needs, and that money needs to be used to cover that. The whole section 4 has already been covered by the rules and approved by JELCAR. On D, a parent or EFA student may appeal the scholarship organization's decision to deny eligibility for the A program to the, and it's changed to State Board of Education. I don't know why it's going to the State Board of Education, because the DOE is going to have, hopefully, a coordinator that would deal with that. Similarly, down on line 15, in B, why not the DOE coordinator? Why are we taking it away from the department and giving it to the State Board of Education? And then taking out this whole section, putting it on the DOE. So the department shall adopt rules, which they have done. But then all these other things with which have to do with the day-to-day running of the program, should not the people who are doing the day-to-day running be the ones that work on that? That's the policies and procedures for doing their job. And then ensuring an appropriate use and rigorous oversight of all funds. Well, the scholarship organization is already doing that, but the whole thing has an oversight committee that's already, the EFA oversight committee that's already doing that. And that has an oversight committee, because we're already oversighted and oversighted at any rate. So that's just some of them, but that'll do.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what we just heard omits a whole lot of things, and particularly where we heard about the use of the deferral to the State Board of Education for appeals. That's what the State Board of Education does, as a matter of fact. So I think when you take a look at 1672, and you take a look at the first three sections, which improve the integrity of the program, and you take a look at section 4, which improves the accountability of the program by specifically eliminating. So this hasn't been covered in rules. This eliminates the word intentional, and does not put the scholarship organization in the untenable position of making some sort of determination about what is being done willfully and knowingly to defraud the taxpayers of the state of New Hampshire. So by taking out the word intentional, it takes the scholarship organization out of that impossible position. And then finally, which the representative made the motion to kill this bill, talked about the importance of or the lack of importance for the department to be involved in setting rules that ensure the appropriate use and rigorous oversight of all funds expended under the program. So that's all taxpayer money expended out of the program, including the 10% of taxpayer money that gets creamed right off the top and retained within the scholarship organization. A cost that's now approaching $1 million and is probably on its way to 10 times that once all private and homeschool kids jump into this program. So I think there's a lot more oversight that needs to be done in order to protect taxpayer money and really serve the integrity of this program. Otherwise, I don't think this program is going to last very long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, House Bill 1672, relative to misuse of education freedom accounts. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 10 to 9.
Okay,
I'll be doing the minority of ought to pass.
okay.
See, we're gonna get through this today.
Yeah, we're gonna get through it quickly here. HB 1678, relative to the administration of the Education Freedom Accounts Program.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, before we move on House Bill 1672, is Representative Luno looking for me to put a motion of OTP or OTPA?
Just OTP.
OTP.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks.
Okay, once again, we're moving into HB 1678, relative to the administration of the Education Freedom Accounts Program. Yeah, I'm not going to speak to it, but I'll make it.
Yes, House Bill 1678, call upon Chairman Ladd for a motion.
I'll make a motion of ITL.
Is there a second?
I second.
Representative Lakis seconds. Discussion,
No, I'll pass on discussion and just let it go to the committee discussion.
okay? Likewise, Representative Lakis?
Oh, I was just going to say this was already taken care of in rules, and so it's no longer necessary.
The bill is open for discussion from the committee.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
HB 1678, relative to the administration of the Education Freedom Accounts Program. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Wallner?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 19 to 0.
Any problems with consent? Thank you. HB 1683, repealing the Education Freedom Accounts Program. Representative Cordelli, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. Probably won't come as any great surprise. I move ITL.
Second.
Okay, we have a second made, and Representative Cordelli has made the motion. ITL, any further discussion from the maker of the motion?
Just that the program has gotten off to a very successful start. Over 1,800 kids now finding the education option that meets their needs. We'll see how the program goes in the future and the number of children applying. But I think the deployment of the system and getting it up and running in a timely fashion that we did has drawn the attention of states around the nation. And I know West Virginia that passed a bill at the same time won't be getting their system up and running until next November. So we had great discussions with them at a conference that a number of us attended. And everyone is looking to model the success and the efficiency of our program.
Thank you. Representative Saudi, do you have anything to add to that?
I just can't see pulling the rug out from under the 1,800 students, especially for the price that we're getting at 25 cents on the dollar. A great example of the free market at work. I only wish we could
do a little bit more of that.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the committee?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, thank you very much. I really question 25 cents on the dollar because for the vast majority of the 1,800 students, and we'll get a detailed breakdown, I'm sure very soon, from the contracting organization, at least according to Mr. Southington, that these are students that weren't costing the state anything. So it's 25 cents on the zero that they were currently costing.
Are we morally
costing the
obligated
state.
to?
No, I'm on the floor right now.
Don't go there right now. You
So,
respond later.
So I think, as information does come out about the adoption rate of into the program, the participation into the program, we'll get a real understanding of what the cost is to New Hampshire taxpayers and what sort of opportunities this program is really opening up for students who were already in private schools, already being homeschooled. But what I really want to go with this is this program, this voucher program, is already dying from 1,000 cuts. And they're self-inflicted wounds. And the bills that we've rejected over the last couple of weeks, including many today, were specifically designed to remedy those cuts. The first one, and possibly the biggest one, was rejected on the floor of the House last week, which would have held the program to be responsible to budgeted amounts. And this is frankly something that is hemorrhaging state dollars where no state dollars were being spent in the past. The budget was $129,000, and now if it's 1,800 students, I'm sure we're probably over $9 million coming out of state funds for students that were not costing the state anything, and for students who were not costing local taxpayers anything. So it hasn't provided any savings at either level. That bill was rejected on the floor of the House last week, and just today. Oh, and I should say that there was an amendment to that bill that would have provided consideration for students already in the program, so that we're not so cold-hearted that we're throwing people out or making people repay money. It would hold the program to the actual costs for these first 2 years in the biennium, and then to budgeted costs in future years, and put the department in a position where it needs to justify their budget before the Finance Committee. So just today, we rejected criminal background checks. Okay, there's and we even heard a representative around this table saying student safety is a parent's responsibility. No criminal background checks. It's the responsibility of the parents to make sure that's in place. So that was rejected today. The notice of parents that the rights for children with disabilities under IDEA. Just know what you have and know what you don't have. Didn't actually change the policy at all, other than a notification requirement, other than a warning sticker. And nope, we're not going to do that. So you find out as you enter the program. Maybe you didn't know, and we'll see what happens. Good luck, parents, and also good luck on the tax liability. So the law says, and probably the rules say, hey, guess what? These distributions from the state directed at the parent's request are not subject to federal tax liability. Actually, the law says not subject to tax liability. But in New Hampshire, our tax liability, our income tax liability, is a federal income tax liability. So again, no policy change other than just being truthful with people who are looking at the program and knowing what they're getting into. But nope, that's been rejected. The fraud prevention, and I agree that the rules improve upon where the temporary rules were, and improve upon where the law says, as far as fraud must be reported to either state or local officials for investigation. But it holds the scholarship organization to such an incredible standard to determine what is willful and knowledgeable in terms of intent to defraud the state of New Hampshire. I have no idea how a scholarship organization is going to be able to meet that high threshold that really is up to law enforcement officials and the Attorney General's office. And then just a couple more things. We also rejected today a bill that would have put a little bit of accountability in terms of student outcomes. Let's make sure taxpayers know how well students that are taking vouchers are doing. We're being told that that they just can't succeed in their public schools. Well, how are they exceeding in their new environments? Well, I guess we'll never know, because the law doesn't allow us to, and the bill to provide some transparency there was defeated again, like all of these things were, on straight party line votes. So taxpayers are never going to know how students are doing using their money. We certainly know when it comes to public schools, right, Representative Porter? Public schools, we know how our students in our public schools are doing, and we know that in overall in New Hampshire, our students in public schools are among the best in the country. We see that over and over in terms of student outcome ratings. It's just not happening everywhere. It's happening in Hopkinton. I know it's happening in Hopkinton. We got great student outcomes, but we don't have to go very far from Hopkinton. 20 minutes up the road to Newport, you've got the lowest student average performance in the entire state. And right above that, and it's just a scotch above that, is the average student in Manchester. And that's a complete disservice for the state, and I'm sort of veering off where we are. But in fact, we know how our public schools are doing, and based on the current law, we're never going to know how students with vouchers are doing. And then finally, and I've probably missed a few, the fact that we're letting 10% of our precious state dollars fly out the rear window, it basically being carved right off the top and retained within the scholarship organization for their own purposes. And it's got to be closing in $1 million, and it's going to be a lot higher than that to be retained by an organization that has a current and a former state rep on their board of directors. So for these reasons, Mr. Chair, I honestly don't see how this program succeeds in the long run, even in the short run. I mean, it's probably going to keep going on, given the current composition of the legislature, but I don't see how it extends beyond that unless we can really get serious about looking after taxpayer dollars and looking after the safety, the welfare, and the performance outcomes of our students across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The accountability issue, same issue we had when we started charter schools, the same argument. Parents can take their kids out of the EFA. They can take their kids out of charter schools. That's the accountability that public schools don't have, because in a lot of cases, parents can't take their kids out of public school unless they have someplace else to take them. In a lot of places, there isn't any place else to take them. So the EFA is a good point for the parents to get their accountability. And yet, public schools are doing good in some places, not in all. And as compared to 10 years ago, they're not doing that good now. So anyway, so that's just one of the best thing is with the EFA, the parents can determine what is best for the student. And if they don't like where they're sending the student, they can move them. They can send them back to the public school. So that's where they get parental choice. Thank you.
Representative,
I'm glad you're back.
Representative Leckes.
Very often when we have bills, when they are no longer needed, we ITL them. Many of these bills we ITL'd today were done because the rules are already in place and they are unnecessary. And in fact, there was a bill that Michael Moffett and I were both co-sponsors of because it was needed, but it was cleared up in rules. And we ITL'd that as well, because that's what you do. You don't then pass a bill that's on something that's already been done. It's unnecessary. And so quite a few of those 1,000 cuts were not passed because they were unnecessary. As far as the background checks goes, we already had that discussion. The DOE is not ready yet. They said give them some time. In the meantime, yes, parents should use their common sense. And it says, and it was stated what each thing was, right? On the list, what the rule, what they did, what background checks there were or not, so parents could decide. They're not doing background checks, I'm not sending my kid there. That's all clear, open, and transparent. And then the whole thing with, oh, well, we can't know, we can't know, you know, we just got rid of, and don't let parents know what's going on. I already said, it is already published, okay? They did it yesterday. It's there. It's easy. It's in the parent document. It's in the application program. It's there. Why are we passing a law to do something that's there? So many of these things, they're already being done. Why are we passing laws to do something that's already done? So no, we're not cutting the 1,000 cutting the thing by not doing all these things. They were already done. These bills were premature. When they were written, they made a lot of sense because we didn't have the rules then. We have the rules now. We have the rules now, so the bills are no longer necessary. So we ITL them just like we ITL'd our own bill because it's no longer necessary. But as far as money goes, I hear all the time from members on this committee how much we need to help the poor kids, how much we need to give more money to the poor kids. I remember last year that one of the problems was that, oh, we're going to be taking all these kids out of the public schools, and that was the problem. Well, guess what? We didn't take that many immediately, this immediate time out of the public schools. They left most of them the year before. But now the problem is we didn't take them out of the public schools. I don't get, you know, well, we did or we didn't. Either way, it's a problem, I guess. It's just a way to argue and kill this thing that's helping lots of kids. The other part of it is, aren't we supposed to be helping kids in need? What about the parent who was here multiple times, whose kid was sent out of the public school because of his mental disabilities, who tried to go to another public school and they wouldn't take him because of his mental disabilities, who tried to go to a private school and they wouldn't take him because of his mental disabilities, and the mom is now homeschooling. Should she not get some support for the state for that kid, since they're letting her down in all the rest of the ways? I mean, this is money this is state money. This is not local money. And we keep hearing the signs out there from misinformation going around. We're stealing money from the public schools. We're killing the public schools. Well, obviously, we're not that many kids left this year. And we're not taking any of the local money. Those parents are still paying their taxes. They're paying local taxes to send other kids to school and having to educate their own kids and provide for their own kids because it's not working for them in the public schools. And we can't even give them the state money that's supposed to provide an adequate education for all the students in the state. I believe when the bill was being presented about the new way of funding, I forget which number that is, what the foundation, I heard multiple quotes. Every child in this state is one of our children. These are all our children. We need to make sure every single child in the state gets an adequate education. And yet we're refusing. We want to take away this money that's much less than is being paid in the public schools. We want to take this state money away from those kids who can't otherwise get an adequate education. I don't understand. I don't understand where anybody is coming from. You heard all those kids. You heard all those parents. The problems they had. The reason they couldn't get an education in the public school. The advantages that they were having now. How much better they're doing now. And you just want to say, oh, sorry, you got to go back to the public school. Yeah, we know you can't afford to go to private school, so we're just not going to help you. You got to go back to the public school, which wasn't working for you. I mean, I thought this was about educating kids, and it looks like it's not.
Thank you very much. Is there any more discussion from the committee? Lastly, just to correct one thing which was mentioned, we do want accountability. And the bill which came forward to us, there are 3 ways to identify accountability for a student in the EFA program, as there is in other programs here. One, to have the standardized norm-referenced test administered. That was eliminated in that amendment, and we're anxious to see tools that are aligned with what the curriculum is all about. So we're assessing the curriculum, not necessarily some norm-referenced test, which is necessarily aligned around the state or the federal government. And so the test we use statewide here is also a norm-referenced test. So we just eliminated one of the instruments. And it's a shame that we measure progress, we look at progress based on an instrument that's given once a year in the spring. We don't see the results until the fall. We eliminated, or it was an attempt to eliminate, the opportunity to use a norm reference test, which afforded like some of the tests which we are using within the school districts right now, the STAR Math, the STAR Reading, which can be given 4 times a year at various times and measure growth and see where the student is. Secondly, the eliminating of a portfolio of work that's been achieved and completed by a student. That is a wonderful way to determine that the student knows how to apply the skills and the knowledge that they're learning through their program. And it's an excellent way to see whether we are hitting the mark. Sometimes these numbers we see on tests are not really reflective of what a student's able to do because we have different styles of learning and different styles of teaching. So I think there was a lot done today. We also looked at several of the bills, including the bill that dealt with 1376, which dealt with disabilities, and we've asked that some amending language come forward so that we can better address the issue which was presented in that particular bill. We're also looking at, yes, we believe that parents should be informed what a particular provider in an EFA program does provide and some of the background of them. We like the idea of the profiles, a directory of profiles of the providers that be placed there, but a laundry list of issues or elements within that which don't necessarily apply to both online or those ways of teaching one-to-one with a child or in a small group. They're different. And so let's be honest with folks and try to develop something which really reflects what parents might be interested to help them in selecting an EFA program. So I think that there is a lot of a desire to work together to try to develop a program which best fits the child who's looking for it. We cannot afford to lose any children in the state. And with 1,800 students participating in that program right now, that's 1,800 adults that will later go on and become part of this workforce annually. And not annually, but they will go on. And we need to have everybody prepared. We can't afford in a state where our demographic is sliding down. We've lost how many since 20, 30 years ago? Huge number of students. We need them to attract businesses to the state. So the EFA is just one of the options, one of the alternative programs that we can offer students and keep kids in school and provide the best fit and the best form of instruction that they need. So I'm proud of what we're doing. I'm proud of the direction that we are going in, and I hope that we can continue to work together as a committee to try to find resolution on some of these areas where we've asked that we come back and work together on amending language. So is there any further discussion? Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Just on a positive note and some food for thought, I have children both in public and private schools, and I think the vast majority of parents prefer their child to be in the local public school because, quite honestly, that's how you become part of the community, right? That being said, though, I just want to share that when it comes to looking at how your child is doing in the private school or how that school is doing, one of the things that I know I look at is what are the PSAT scores? What are the SAT scores at these schools, right? They offer that. The other thing I look at is the college matriculation. I do not look at the list of acceptances because each class you could have 1 or 2 children that may really excel and they could get into 6 excellent schools either. I don't think that's a great barometer. But that being said, I look at the matriculation. When it comes to middle schools, we have certain middle schools in our area that are feeder schools for, let's say, a PEA. I look at my children and I see how, they're doing 2.5 hours of homework, and I look at the in-depth projects that they're doing. I look at how they're starting to teach me things now, whereas their counterparts locally, they laugh at my kids and they joke and they say, we have 1 worksheet a week of homework, and homework's not the end all be all. I wish my kids had more of a childhood. But I just want to say that there are other indicators out there that you can take a look at just to see, how these other schools are working out.
Thank you very much. Are there further comments from the committee? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, this is House Bill 1683, repealing the Education Freedom Account Program. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Wallner?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL motion carries 10 to 9.
Okay, before we get out of here today, we had 2 bills yesterday which we skipped over. We've had the amendments returned now. We should be able to quickly address those bills. One of them is 1646, the other is 1594. Let's go in numerical order. 1594 is the first bill. 1594, Representative Mullen, you had a amendment you put together on that for us?
Yes.
Yes, he would. Yes, an OTP.
Let me know when you're
When
ready.
we all have it,
Yep.
I'll let you go ahead here. Did you get one? Does everybody have a copy of this right now? There's extras right here also. Go ahead, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so just to refresh your memories, House Bill 1594 was the bill that seeks to have students who are either on a 504 or an IEP plan consider whether or not their team consider whether or not it's appropriate to develop a transition plan that includes how to register to vote and what process one needs to go through to become a voting adult after the age of 18. There was an escape hatch in Section 2, which sort of allowed schools not to have to do that if they were already doing an alternative type of an activity to educate students about the process of registering and voting. We agreed as a committee that that was probably not a great provision of the bill because it would allow some kids with 504s and IEPs to slip through without having the determination made by their team, and it wouldn't spell out the process. So, as a result, the amendment that you have in front of you now, which is Amendment 2022-0814H, simply eliminates Section 2. So the bill is identical in section 1 to the bill that we considered yesterday, and section 2 is gone.
Okay, and looking at this, I'm trying to remember, I don't think we had a motion on the table.
We
for
did
this bill.
not.
So, Representative Mullen, would you put forth a motion, just an ought to pass? I'll second it, and then we'll go with the amendment following that.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we ought to pass House Bill 1594.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Representative Mullen.
So as I said, the amendment eliminates section 2, so I move that we accept amendment 2022-0814H.
I'll second it.
No further discussion, I don't
Well,
think.
I'd like to talk about it, because I think what you've got here is an amendment that really strengthens the bill. You mentioned the second part of it was an escape hatch. Exactly what it was, an escape hatch away from the IEP.
Right.
I don't believe the student that had the IEP would get the help and assistance they would like to have as a transitional step, leaving school and going into their adult career or adult lives. And this would certainly be of assistance to them. I also believe that if we're not doing it, we probably should be doing it. In many of our social studies classes or other classes at the high schools, injecting into the curriculum what being a true resident and citizen of this country really means, and that's the vote, that you have the opportunity to vote in a democracy, and you are part of our whole structure of government. And if you negate to do that, you're forfeiting many of those rights you have in the Constitution. And so I would suggest that we, as high school people and even in the grade schools, we start talking about the importance of, doing what you need to do as a citizen, and that is taking an active engagement, not just in your voting, but also in local government. And we find that a lot of times in local government, at least in my particular community, it's hard to get volunteers even for the ZBA or the planning board, or to come in and do some work if you're looking at revising your master plan. And same thing on the school boards. Involvement in your community strengthens our community. It puts a little bit of ownership around everybody. So Representative Mullen, I'm really pleased you went forward with this, and I support it 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion on the table it's an OTPA motion. No, we got to vote on the amendment first. We're going to vote on the amendment first. I'm trying to rush this thing. We have a motion that was made by Representative Mullen and second by me to adopt 0814H, that's the amendment, to the bill HB 1594. And then we'll take the full thing after this. Madam Clerk, would you please call the... Yeah, let's do a show of hands. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. So that's great. Now we have any further discussion on the bill it's as amended. It's OTPA 1594. No further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? No, we're not doing we got to do the real deal here.
I know, I'm happy you guys are moving along, but I'm just kind of like, okay, I still got to do this afterwards. All right, this is regarding House Bill 1594, relative to assistance to certain students with disabilities in registering to vote. The motion on the table is ought to pass with amendments. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield? Oh, sorry, yes. It's a week, I'm so tired. Apparently she's not. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Wallner?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ought to pass with amendment carries 19-0.
Thank you very much. We're all getting a little tired here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
would Representative Mullen be doing the committee report?
I would hope so.
If so, you could please disregard the draft that I might have sent your way earlier.
Oh, yeah.
It might not be worded quite the same way as Representative Mullen would do it, so.
So noted, Representative Moffett.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the last bill we have to do with it is the 1646. That's a bill that we were addressing that, pardon me? Yeah, is there consent on the previous bill, on the 1594 bill? Okay. 1646. Where's the amendment? Oh, we got it right here, okay. We talked about this earlier today. Yeah. There it is, right there. Okay. Oh, you didn't get the three-hole punch. I didn't get it either on mine over there, so. Some people are special, Representative Mullen.
You did?
Yes.
You don't want me to do it.
You're upstairs. We're down here, though. Oh, from who, from Terry?
I did. I was referred to as old school because he caught me up there pulling the amendment off the copy machine and punching the holes in it myself.
Well, it's pretty good getting a compliment like that from a fire guy. He used to be in the
Also,
fire service.
also, Representative Ladd, I just want to embarrass Jennifer for and acknowledge the fact that she has received a promotion. And she is now, what is your title now, Jen? Deputy Executive, or what is the title? Two of House. Okay. So,
Congratulations. That's great.
and they shared that information with me because I was trying to get Jen to punch the holes in the, and they said, I'm sorry, she's had a promotion, you're on your own.
You know, one of the qualifications that got her to the ability to punch those three holes is that she's an attorney. And so Representative Waltz, that if you want another profession, you can step up and you're in line as an attorney, right? Yeah, she was an attorney out in Hawaii and also worked with special education out there. So she's really a wonderful addition to this staff that we have. She has done a lot of, all those side-by-sides, that's the lady that does them all for us. She is the one that worked with us on finance years ago. Remember Representative Luno? And she came up with the idea of how equalized valuation per pupil and all that. Absolutely. And she was the gal who did that. And she does the research with the Education Commission in the States for us, NCSL. She does all that. And she's an asset, no question. We appreciate it, Jen. Thank you, Jen. Good luck for the new job. Okay, lastly, we have the amendment here to 1646. What we ought to do is, I don't think did we make a motion on this one? It was the other one we did today where we had the motion made. Okay, so what we need to do is, this amendment's been put forth by Representative Litchfield. Before we get into action here, any action, I'd like you to please explain, Representative Litchfield, what was done to this amendment, what's different than what we received earlier.
On line number 15, the word "or" has been removed.
Yeah. Simple, right? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to have a motion put forward here, and I'll let Representative Litchfield make the motion for the bill. Not the amendment, for the bill, and then we will add the amendment on after you make this motion.
Okay, a motion of ought to pass for House Bill 1646.
Representative Cordelli?
I'll move amendment 0808H.
Well, we got to get a second on them.
Oh, okay, right, I'm sorry.
Okay, now you want to move 0808?
Yes, I move ought to pass on amendment 0808H.
I'll second.
Okay, there was a second over there from Representative Lakis, made by Representative Cordelli. Representative Cordelli, do you want to have any discussion?
No.
No. Okay, so we have a motion on, so now we have to vote on the main motion. On the amendment, excuse me, yeah. Everybody raise your hands if you're supportive of scratching out or. Thank you. So that being done, now we need a motion to be made for the whole package here. Somebody like to make that motion? Representative Litchfield, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, please, auto pass with amendment.
Okay, we have a motion made to pass 1646 with amendment 0808H, made by Representative Litchfield and seconded by Representative Cordelli. Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is regarding House Bill 1646 with amendment 0808H relative to representation on a cooperative school district board. The motion on the table is auto pass with amendment. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Wallner?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ought to pass with amendment passes 19-0.
Thank you very much.
Consent?
Consent, no, any problems? Okay, thank you. Here's an announcement for the committee here regarding Friday and this storm we're supposed to get, which we may get. I don't want to wish it here. We have scheduled hearings that morning in Reps Hall. And we had several options, one of which to reschedule if we have to. If we have to cancel that, we have to reschedule into the following week. And that is going to be very difficult to do. Seeing Jen, how many days do we have to wait? We'd have to wait till it's in the calendar? Yeah. So that would have to go today. Or we can hold that hearing irregardless whether we get a foot of snow, 6 inches of snow, or 2 feet of snow. And I'm opting to go with we will hold the hearing so that we will not have to work into the following week. As we've said, we are going to have a break. We are going to have that break. In a hearing, you do not have to have all members of the committee present. So if we have that hearing, it will be held in Reps Hall. These are the bills which we had to cancel last time there was a snowstorm. Now there's a possible snowstorm with these again. Well, but we're going to have this scheduled. The following week, it'd be very difficult to do the scheduling. We have some people with doctor's appointments. We have some that are leaving town, and others to have other, arrangements already scheduled. So that I don't think is in the cards. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and hold the hearing. We've been given permission to do so by the speaker and by the chief of staff, and we'll have our services available, streaming and all that. We'll be here, and we will hold it where we have indicated it in Reps Hall. And if we have enough people following that on our committee there, where we have the ratio of Republicans to Dems is it's 10-9. If we have like a 6-5, a majority of people present, we will go and forward and exec those bills. If we have the members present. If we don't, then we're going to have to rush and get things done on the 7th. And on the 7th, we're going to have to clear up all the bills which we haven't exec as of Thursday when we go home. And we'll know the number. It's going to be somewhere around 20-25 bills that we will have to exec. We gotta have those done because we're gonna have a session day on the 10th. We have session, and then there's a session day following that a week later. And we, well, you know, we can meet, the place is open. And so that the 9th, we can't be doing any business on these bills after noon time. It's like any other time when we're getting ready to submit bills to go forward. So it was just like on the first round of bills, we had to have out by the, what was it, the 17th, was it? Yeah, 17th. And so the date before and they backed it off, remember, to the 10th. And we had to have everything out of committee by noon on the 9th. The same thing will exist this go around too. By noon on the 9th, everything has to be out. That means everything has to be written, reports, blurbs, whatever you want to call them, have to be done. So hopefully we can get done on the 7th. Folks will have a little bit of time to write the blurbs up if they have to on the 8th or on the 7th, which would be probably a better idea because we know Lindsay has to type all that stuff or input them. Getting those as an attachment is making it much easier for her. All she does is copy, paste, and much easier. So if you have reports that are due right now, since we last acted on these things at the last session that we've done since, please be working on those right now and get them to me, get them to Dave or to Mel, and they need to come to me so I can look at them. I send them all in one folder to Lindsay. And so both majority and minority reports, and it's made it a lot easier for her. So try to get these reports done. My having to chase people down, it's a pain in the bum. So the rear end. And I just can't continue to do that. It's it's not what I'm going to do. So please, you know, get it done. I think we can do it all. I think we can make this. Yeah, Representative Cornell. No, we have these bills on the morning. Friday. And no, let's see, on Thursday, I mean, on that 7th. See, the bill you see on the 7th is a bill to exec, and we put down one, then everything that's not, we can exec, rather than having Lindsay put every bill down every time we've been execing. That's, pardon me? You got to be here on the 7th.
Right.
They
You're
get
here all day.
that's exactly right. Yeah, some people are looking at our calendar and say, you don't have a heavy load at all. You only have one bill scheduled. They don't know the truth. And so, you know, 103 bills, which we've had, is a lot of bills.
Yeah. So, Rick, I think as far as hearings, though, it's the hearings
Friday.
on Friday, and that's it. We're done with hearings.
Then we're done with hearings.
Right.
Yeah, so we're just about there.
And so, just a comment, I guess, on the possibility of an exec session following those hearings. There's those, you know, yeah, it's going to be a snow day. That's going to, you know, may affect the number of people that come and how long those hearings last. You know, if it was anything like some similar bills that we've heard, those hearings could go very, very long. And but who knows what's going to happen on a snow day?
We can do it on the 7th if we have some assurances that we're not going to take one of those. There are masking bills and vax bills, and controversial. And if we can get the exec sessions done, well, everybody doesn't want to have 1 or 2 or 3 times of going around debating this thing, and that we can't afford to do on the 7th.
Right.
If we are going to do it succinctly and get it done, that's great. I'm all for it.
So I think, and I put it out there for consideration, is if it makes more sense to do an exec session where we're not, you know, thinking like, well, we're going to have, you know, 6 and 5 or 7 and 6 or 4 and 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the truth is, it does require all of us to.
It does,
you know,
and you have to have, you have to have a majority there when you're execing.
Right.
Especially with possibly controversial bills.
Yeah,
and
I'm all for, if we have, you know, 1 or 2 people absent, we can get a sub.
Yeah.
But if we have a lot more than that, we're going to just put it off and do it on that Monday. We come back on the 7th. And
let's just do that for the execs, because I don't really think it's gonna be that fruitful, particularly if there may be a number of us that, or a number of people who aren't gonna be able to make it on a snow day, to get subs for everybody on that. It's a little unreasonable to ask
Yeah,
people to sub for somebody
No,
on a.
I got it, I
Yeah,
understand it.
Yeah, so,
Okay, so,
yeah.
yeah, Ralph, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, just the point is, I mentioned this earlier to you. On Friday, we have an executive committee meeting, right, Patricia? Yeah. And I don't know if that's been, that's in the morning, and I was planning on coming if we were going to executive.
Executive what, of the county?
Yeah, county meeting.
Okay.
Executive committee with
Yeah.
Representative Cornell and I are both on.
We've
And that's,
already submitted the request.
Right, so if
See,
they have.
also know though that on the week of the 7th, 8th, there's a lot of people voting.
I know. Oh, right, the 8th. And the 8th,
Yeah.
you gotta get it set because I have another dental
But if
appointment.
we have to end up going on to the 8th,
Say what I think you said, you have to schedule around his dental appointment.
yeah,
Because, I mean, I scheduled it because it was a normal day we don't meet.
the best laid plans.
I know.
On a super
Yeah,
serious
yeah.
note, I'm gonna say it to the ladies, cause I probably can't say it to the men, but we're talking about looking into the area hotels and spending the night Thursday night, so we're close by Friday, so if any of you wanna join us for
And
dinner or
Melissa's
hang
buying.
out. I would buy, if you guys came, I would buy. I would buy, I wanna get to know
For
you better.
those that,
So, yeah, not the hotel, the dinner. I heard McDonald's is very good down the road.
But if it's dangerous and you can't drive on Friday, stay home. We do not have to have a majority or anything like that on Friday. We just have to have the bill heard.
yeah.
Bills, plural. And we'll get those done. I don't
Hearing
want to
done.
push it off any further. We can't.
Right.
So, what a positive note. Okay, must be some of that New York blood. Okay, so, anything else for the common good here?
So Rick, just
Yep.
leftovers from today, we've got 1114 and 1376 that are both pending amendments.
1114 and
And
1376. And what was 1373?
1376?
I thought, maybe I had the number wrong.
1373, what, do we have a?
1373 we did not do.
We didn't do that.
Maybe
There
I
was
just-
3 we didn't do today.
Right.
So we've got to take care of those 3.
1373?
1370 is relative to the best interest of students. That, remember, was
Oh,
the
the
fourth
very first
option.
one.
Yeah.
Right,
The
right,
very
the very
first
first
one.
one. And what were we waiting on? Not an amendment.
We needed information there.
Right. Yes, I was going to get information from the department, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Some clarification, is it covered by item 3 or not?
Right.
If it's not, then you may need that, but if it is, we don't need the bill.
Yeah, I haven't heard back yet.
All right,
Okay. And the other 2, yeah, are amending
Yep.
language.
yep, okay.
So, everybody here tomorrow? Good. Well, thank you very much for enduring. No, it depends upon what happens on the 7th. If we work hard, we can get it done. Sure. Sure. Yep. Okay, just stretch my back.
No, no, but really got that wrong.